Budget briefing is resumed. I now turn over to Senior Vice Chair Stella Kimbo, First Lady. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Chair would like to request the committee secretary to acknowledge the presence of the members.
Madam Chair, may we acknowledge the presence also of the following members: Honorable Alan T., Honorable Howard Ginto, Honorable Edward Maceda, Honorable Joel Chua, Honorable Loreto Amante, Honorable Rolando Valeriano, Honorable Jefferson Congun, Honorable Filimon Espares, Honorable Rodolfo Ordanes, Honorable Albert Garcia, Honorable Eric Martinez, Honorable Adrian J. Advincula, Honorable Ronald Singson, Honorable Eduardo Momo Rama, Honorable Christopher Yap, Honorable Teodorico Haresco, Honorable Eric Yap, Honorable Agustin Dominic Pancho, Honorable Juan Carlos Ataide, Honorable Manuel Fortes Jr., Honorable Siti Amina Dimaporo, Honorable Bienvenido Abante, Honorable Jorge Patrol Bustos, Honorable Eric Martinez, Honorable Maria Angela Garcia, Honorable Harris Christopher Ong Chua, Honorable Marvin Rillo, Honorable Midi Chua, Honorable Antonio Legarda, Honorable Jocelyn Tulfo, Honorable Ambrosio Cruz Jr., Honorable Steve Chongbian, Honorable Ching Bernos, Honorable Baby Aline Vargas Alfonso, Honorable Jervil Luistro, Honorable Joseph Lara, Honorable Bay Dimple Mastura, and Honorable Jordin Jesus Romualdo. That's all, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Next to interpellate is from the minority. The Chair now recognizes Rep. Franz Castro from ACT Teacher Party List. You may proceed, Rep. Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat, sa ating mga resource person. Magandang hapon po at sa ating mga colleagues. So, kanina po dinidiscuss ni Congressman Lagman yung tungkol sa debt servicing. And Madam Chair, under the previous NEP and even in the GAA, we can find the following annexes, no? Yung automatic appropriation, debt servicing, and principal amortization. Pero Madam Chair, napansin natin na wala dito yung nakalagay na yung debt servicing, principal amortization. So, ang nakalagay lang po ay yung tungkol doon sa interest payments. So, Madam Chair, pwede po bang maibalik ng DBCC itong part na annexes na kung saan nandoon lahat yung principal at saka nandoon lahat yung status noong pagbabayad nitong principal. Madam Chair.
Rep. Castro, I believe that your question had already been answered previously. So just to recap, the DBCC explained that based on accounting principles, we do not appropriate for payment of principal for the reason that doing so will violate the principle of double counting. So if you may proceed to your next question, Rep. Castro.
So, pwede po ba makahingi, Madam Chair, nung summary ng appropriations and obligations nung dito doon sa principal payments? Hindi po ba pwede makahingi?
Yes, Rep. Castro, your request had already been made by Rep. Arlene Process earlier, and so the chair reminds again the DOF to submit the relevant information to the Committee on Appropriations. Rep. Castro.
Madam Chair, sabing ganun dito sa presentation ng DBM, strengthen the purchasing power of the Filipinos. At paano natin i-increase yung purchasing power na ito? So nakita natin, Madam Chair, although tataas yung sweldo ng ating mga government employees, last tranche na ito by 2023, pero nakita natin, Madam Chair, yung purchasing power ng ating mga yung ating mga mamamayan, mga government employees and workers ay bumaba na. In fact, yung 1 peso is equivalent na lang ngayon doon sa mga more or less 80 cents. Dahil sa inflation, taas ng presyo ng mga batayang pangangailangan, mula sa pinakamaliit, di ba, Madam Chair, yung sibuyas, hanggang karne, isda, ngayon sinasabi yung asin at saka yung kamote. Dahil matatapos na po, Madam Chair, yung SSL 5 at yun din, yung government, yung mga workers natin, maliit lang itinaas ng sweldo. So lahat na po, Madam Chair, ay tumaas except yung mga sweldo at mga benepisyo. So, kung matatapos na po yung SSL 5 by 2023, so meron po bang ikakonduct ang DBM, ang DBCC ng study? At sana sa pagkakonduct ng mga study, dapat ay formal na study na isama dito yung mga government employees and workers na siyang talagang beneficiary nitong salary increase or adjustments, Madam Chair.
Secretary
Madam
Pangandaman.
Chair. Yes, ma'am. For the study of the next salary standardization, we provided a budget under GCG for next year. I'll give you the exact figure. They'll be the one to conduct the study for the next tranche of possible salary standardization increase.
Rep. Castro.
Yes, Madam Chair, kasi nakita naman natin yung yung bilis ng inflation. In fact, dumami yung mga poor sa panahon na ito. So, pwede bang malaman yung updated number of poor Filipinos as of now?
Secretary Balisacan from NEDA.
Yes, Madam Chair, it's in the slide that I presented earlier. The number of
Po ba,
the
2.3?
number of Filipinos
Tumaas.
deemed poor as of 2021, that was the latest nationwide survey, is 19.99 million, Madam Chair.
Rep. Castro.
Tumaas po ba ng 2.3 yung 19 or yan na po yung latest, Madam Chair?
Tumaas from that level in 2018 largely because of the pandemic and the resulting lockdowns, Madam Chair.
Rep. Castro.
Yes, tumaas ang tumaas ang number of poor Filipinos. Pero ang ibig sabihin nito, talagang kulang yung yung kanilang kumbaga yung kailangan nila na basic, like for example yung food, yung transportation and other basic necessities ay hindi napupunan. Pero dito sa budget ng ng 2023, asan sila pupunta rito aside from doon sa Pantawid Pamilya? So, yan, Madam Chair.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, if I may, the whole thrust of the program, the medium-term program, Madam Chair, is to generate more jobs, better jobs, and resilient jobs. No? And to us, and as evidence shows, that's the most sustainable way of addressing poverty. The budget reflects the interventions in the area of food security, particularly as agriculture, to increase the activity there, as well as not just for peace or Ayuda, but more importantly, on sectors or programs that can unlock the potential of the Philippine economy by addressing this, we have been referring as critical constraints to employment generation and poverty reduction. And these are in the areas of infrastructure, in the area of energy, water, and social protection, including health and education. To us, Madam Chair, that's the way to go in building up the capacity of the economy to generate sustainable sources of incomes and opportunities.
Rep. Castro?
Madam Chair, wala po tayong nakikitang substantial na mga ayuda. Kumbaga, binigyan natin yung 4Ps, di ba? So nakita natin sa DSWD lang, nag-ano talaga, yung mga nag-mab, yung educational assistance. So doon natin nakikita yung kahirapan ng mga mamamayan. Yung mga sinasabi nating ayuda, parang hindi natin nakita. Kahit na, Madam Chair, yung farmers, hindi naman ayuda yung ibibigay natin, loan. Di po ba? Asan dito rin yung ayuda para sa mga MSMEs, yung mga maliliit na negosyo na talagang tinamaan ng pandemya. So alin dito, Madam Chair, yung sinasabi nating ayuda para talagang inclusive and sustainability yung ating budget.
DBM?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, just to add to the first question earlier, ma'am, the budget for the study of the next salary standardization will amount to 49.5 million pesos. It's lodged under the GCG budget, ma'am. Now for the Ayuda, there's a total of 206.5 billion po across all agencies who usually provides Ayuda to our countrymen, to the people. We have under DSWD the highest share of 80%. It's 165.4 billion. Under DOH, it's 10.84% or 22.3 billion, 39 billion. Under DOLE, it's 15.20 billion or 7.36% of the total pie. DOTR, for fuel subsidy, it's 2.5 billion or 1.2%. And under DA, we have 1 billion. This is for the provision of financial subsidy and fuel subsidies to rice and corn farmers and fisher folks, ma'am.
Rep. Castro?
Yes.
Your time is up.
Yes, Madam Chair. Di natin nakikita dito yung ayuda pa para sa mga MSMEs. Itong sinasabing, kaya nga sinasabi ko, Madam Chair, DA, 1 billion. So napakaliit nito para sa mga corn farmers. What about the other farmers pa na nabibigyan ng ayuda? So loan yata yung ating ibibigay sa kanila. So pwede bang magbigay ng listahan, Madam Chair, ang DBM kaugnay dito sa total number of the ayuda na may bigay natin sa ating mga iba't ibang sektor?
Yes, ma'am.
At kung meron din yung MSMEs at saka iba pa.
Rep. Castro, your time is up. We just, the chair wishes to remind the DBM on the information requests of Rep. Castro.
So may I be listed for the second round, Madam Chair?
Yes, Rep. Castro. Comsec, please take note that Rep. Castro wishes to be included in the second round. The next on the list is from the majority. The chair now recognizes Rep. Marco.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm here in Baguio. Good afternoon to all our resource persons and our members. Of course, our speaker, the chairman of the Committee on Appropriation, and Your Honor, our deputy or senior vice chairman. I would like to ask any member of the DBCC present today, the budget as recommended is 5.268 trillion. However, in the report given to us, the expected disbursement for 2023 is only 5.085 trillion. And this is broken down into the revenue of 3.629 trillion and the deficit is 1.453 trillion. I would like to find out how come the actual disbursement will only be about 5.085 and the budget that the administration is asking Congress is 5.268 trillion. Madam Chairman.
DBM?
As mentioned earlier, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the 5.268 is the absolute level or program for next year's budget. However, the disbursements may be lower as a result of the accommodation that the accounts payable and prior years accounts payables are concerned. So it's 5.0 as far as disbursements, but it's 5.268 in terms of the obligation program. So these are two different things, Madam Speaker, Your Honor.
Rep. Go.
Yes, okay. So in other words, there will be a situation here that we will be approving 5.268 trillion budget, but the actual disbursement will only be 5.0. What is the probability that this will only be the actual disbursement that you will have in 2023?
DBM?
As far as experience goes, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chair, we usually reach this amount kasi we bump off certain items of expenditure under the current year's appropriation to accommodate. The disbursement program kasi covers actual payments of goods and services delivered and rendered. So the amount really is much smaller. But as I mentioned earlier, there might be accounts payable that will have to go through the process and reach that 5.268.
Okay, so the reason why I asked that question is because I'm thinking here that the deficit can be reduced by 200 billion if you just actually spend 5.085 trillion. Because the deficit is 1.4 trillion, so if you reduce and really go back to the expected disbursement, you will be reducing it by 200 billion yung deficit.
Will Secretary Diokno care to explain deficit finance growth?
I think the congressman is correct. If we are actually able to spend the 5.268 billion, which is the new appropriations we're seeking this time, but historically, we really were not able to spend that much. So that the disbursement here, 5.8 trillion, is actually based on historical experience. Okay, so correct. If we are able to spend the whole amount, then the deficit will be much bigger. In fact, I think that's the reason why our actual deficit as of today is much smaller than our forecast. Okay.
Yeah.
Rep. Go.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Let me proceed with my question. In the presentation earlier and in the report given to us, the different expense items, PS, MOOE, capital outlay, and the other item is the allocation to LGUs. This is in the amount of 962.2 billion pesos. And in the promulgation of DBM in terms of how we're gonna budget, how the different departments will budget, they have stated that because of the promulgation of the Supreme Court on the Mandanas Garcia ruling or case, most or some of the functions now being performed by the national government will now be devolved to the local governments. And I understand that the devolution will be done in 3 phases or in 3 years. Now, I would like to ask DBM, did you comprehend the different functions that will be devolved, and did you quantify the cost to the national government or to the local government should they be performed now by the local government, Madam Chair?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, and Mr. Speaker, the DBM has yet to receive all the devolution transition plan from all the government agencies. Sorry, I'll just get the data. As of, on the national government agencies, as of August 15, 2022, 15 agencies have already submitted their DTPs, 2 of which have already been approved. This is Department of Health and PAPCOM. And then 11, we are awaiting for their resubmission, and the rest are still being evaluated by the DBM for approval.
Rep.
And do you quantify the net reduction in cost to the national government because of this devolution? And if this is done, how much do you expect to save on the part of the national government because of the devolution that you have asked these different local governments to perform in the respective municipalities or provinces or what have you? Madam Chair.
DBM, do you have
Mr.
the cost of devolved services?
Mr. Speaker, due to the economic activities of fiscal year 2020 brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, revenue collections were relatively lower compared to the collections in 2019. Thus, this led to the lower indicative NTA shares for fiscal year 2023 po. The NTA for LGUs for 2023 will amount to 820.3 billion or 14.47% lower than the 2022 shares of LGUs.
Rep. Go.
So there will be no reduction on the cost of the government, national government, because of this devolution.
DBM?
On the entire amount, sir, there have been a reduction of 138 billion because we pegged the NTA on the revenues of the government, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Rep. Go.
Madam Chair, there is a request from the different local governments that the devolution that you have enunciated as a result of this case resolved by the Supreme Court, if you can extend the devolution plan, not only 3 years, but to make it 5 years so that it will not burden so much the different local governments. Is that possible, Madam Chair?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, the President gave us a directive to study the EO 138. So the DBM and DILG and DOF are in the process now of reviewing the possible deadline or maybe extending the full devolution to LGUs.
And
Yes,
as soon as
thank you.
have,
Thank you very much. One last question I have, Madam
Rep. Go.
Chairman. I calculated the debt-to-GDP ratio that was presented earlier. And as of April 2022, the total debt of the country is about close to 30 billion pesos. And this is broken down into about 9 trillion domestic and about close to 4 trillion external. These are the foreign borrowings. And I calculated the GDP in 2021, it's about 23.8 trillion. And the forecast here is to grow this economy by about 6.5%. And if we put additional 1.1 or 1.6 trillion in our borrowings, that will give us a ratio of about probably 56 to 57% of our debt to GDP. I believe, just like what was indicated earlier, it would be good for our country if we grow more than 7.5%, Madam Chair. And I think we need to think about this, and probably Congress can help in ensuring that we grow not only what was stated earlier of about 6 to 7%, but I think we should grow next year by no less than 7.5%, so that the debt equity ratio will almost be the same or even lower in the subsequent years, Madam Chair.
Rep. Go, that was a brilliant question, but that would be your last one. The chair recognizes Secretary Diokno.
Indeed, our plan, Your Honor, is to grow by between 6.5 to 8%. So that will satisfy the desire of the gentleman that we grow much faster. If we can grow much faster, but realistically, that's the range of growth that we are forecasting for the next 5 years, 6.5 to 8%, Your Honor.
That will be
Thank
good,
you.
Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rep. Go. Next on the list is from the minority. The chair now recognizes Rep. Raul Manuel.
Magandang araw po sa lahat. I'll go straight to my questions. Ang una ko pong tanong, mas review po ito ng usapin kanina sa utang na ating bansa na babayaran. Meron tayong i-allot na total interest plus principal na 1.6 trillion pesos. Tama po ba?
Tama po, tama.
Maybe this can be addressed to DBM.
Yes, Your Honor, Mr. Chair.
Yes. Now, comparing that to education, ang total natin para sa edukasyon, that includes DepEd, SUCs, and other related agencies, nasa 852.8 billion. Tama ba?
DBM.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes. Now, basic arithmetic, if we are to compare, 1.6 trillion, saka 852.8 billion, mas malaki yung 1.6 trillion. Tama ba?
DBM.
Yes, Your Honor.
When you do the comparisons, Rep. Manuel, make sure that you're comparing apples and apples. So again, it had been explained earlier that principal payments are not appropriated. So what we need to compare are appropriations across those items.
Yes, Madam Chair. Pero ang point ko dito ay ito ay pera pa rin ng bayan na i-allocate natin for 2023. Ibig sabihin, kung kukumpara natin yung pondo na in total para sa bayad utang, ito ay mas malaki doon sa pondo natin para sa edukasyon.
DBM.
If, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, if we include po the automatic appropriations, tama po yan.
Okay.
Rep.
So,
Manuel?
ang additional na question ko dyan sa ating Department of Budget and Management, ito ba ay isang sustainable track or meron ba tayong naisip pang posibleng paraan para hindi tayo nag-end up taon-taon na pinagkakasya na lang natin kung magkano yung natitira sa pondo ng bayan after natin magbayad ng malaking amount para sa utang?
The chair recognizes Secretary Diokno to give a comment on the sustainability of the fiscal consolidation path of the country.
Yeah, of course, definitely. We have done many studies. PIDS also has done studies. The central bank has done studies. And our studies support the view that our fiscal position is sustainable. In fact, I mentioned earlier that our debt to GDP ratio, which is the right metric, is going to decline from 61.2% next year to around 51.1% in 2028. This, of course, is still much higher than what we experienced in, say, 2019, but that's also acceptable because globally, all countries' debt-to-GDP ratio has increased, and in fact, this is one of the lowest in this part of the world. Thank you.
Rep. Manuel.
Yes. Na Madam Chair, if the administration insists sa ganong track sa ating fiscal management, ang next point ko ay tungkol naman sa pondo natin para sa edukasyon. Given na isa yon sa 8 punto na nasa socio-economic agenda ng ating administration. Now, while malaki yung ialat natin sa education, tanong pa rin para sa atin kung ito ba ay sapat para sa ligtas na pagbubukas ng ating mga paaralan. Kasi often said yan, nabanggit yan sa SONA, at na-mention din yan sa talakayan on the medium-term fiscal framework. Pero gusto ko lamang marinig muna sa ngayon kung tingin ba ng ating economic managers, yan ba inakasapat na?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, the total increase of the education sector is 8.2% or about 64 billion. We think given the limited fiscal space that we have and the absorptive capacity of the said departments, we have provided enough funds for the education sector.
Rep. Manuel?
Okay. Yes, Madam Chair, duly noted yung increases para sa kabuang budget for education. Pero aside dun sa quantitative na pagtingin natin dyan, tingnan din natin yung kalidad kung ito ba talaga ay tumutugon sa pag-transform. Kasi ito yung gusto natin, yung economic transformation at yung education, parte naman talaga siya ng paano natin mabuboost yung ating economy. Pero hindi pwedeng tingnan lang natin yung pagbubukas ng mga paaralan bilang paraan to stimulate the economy kasi long-term investment natin yung edukasyon. And hindi at par yung current na allocation natin dun sa global recommendations, lalo na ng UN, na dapat ay nasa 6% ng GDP yung budget allocation. So, ano po yung maitutugon dyan ng ating economic managers?
DBM?
Given the budget provided in the 2023, of course, we expect po that the leadership of our Madam Vice President would be able to implement the projects under the Department of Education at least. Thank you.
Rep. Manuel?
Yes. Sunod, Madam Chair, ito naman ay tungkol sa ating goals na i-reduce ang poverty rate sa ating bansa. I'd like to clarify kung sa ngayon ano yung standing na definition ng poverty or pagiging mahirap na ginagamit ng ating administration.
Secretary Balisacan?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Let me first note that the poverty estimation methodology that we are employing to assess the extent of absolute poverty in the country is patterned after universal practice. No? In rich countries, what they do is to link the poverty threshold or standard to the median income of their population. That is not the practice that is employed for developing countries or countries of similar stages of development as us. No? What is practiced is to look at so-called norm of standard of absolute poverty, and that purpose there is really to not to come up with a unique or singular measure of poverty, but to have a measure that allows us to monitor the changes in poverty. I would like to emphasize that, the changes in poverty over time, so that we can measure or we can gauge how effective we have been in addressing or reducing poverty. Poverty is a multidimensional thing. There is a education poverty, there's a health poverty, and so on. And the approaches used in many governments, including us, is to address each of these different dimensions of poverty separately, and not to use a single metric like average income. Or so, if you, for example, there are individuals or households who may have sufficient income but may be deemed educationally poor or health poor. And so for these individuals, they need to also to have access to such opportunities for getting out of those conditions. So yun ang, so if you are asking us kung ano yung measure or standard that we use to measure poverty, marami yun ho. At depende sa particular sector. And our approach here is whole of government. We have a dashboard of various indicators or metrics of opportunities like the health, education, employment, and others. And yun yung pinagtutunan natin ho. So yung, for example, the poverty threshold that we use for our measurement of or assessment of changes in poverty over time is not meant to as a guide to setting minimum wages, for example. That's not what it is set for.
Okay.
I hope I addressed the issue properly. Thank you.
Rep. Manuel?
Yeah, Madam Chair, we can take a look specifically halimbawa sa food poverty. Kasi ang ginagamit na standard ngayon, based sa recent na mga reports, ay hindi ka matatawag na food hungry kung ikaw ay merong 18.62 pesos na may aalok para sa isang meal. Ito ba ay ginagamit din ng ating mga agency sa DBCC?
Secretary Balisacan?
Yeah. Gaya ng sinabi ko ho, ang measure na yan, ang standard na yan ay ginagamit sa pag-measure ng absolute poverty. But it's not meant to serve as a guide na sasabihin ito ay ay tama para sa pag-access ng enough food. Hindi yan ho yung because we can always in practice, there are too many possible metrics that one can use, no? But we have to set one standard and see what happens to that standard as we progress over time. Because we want to measure how we are affecting, how our programs and policies are affecting that base measure that however it is established. Talagang marami ho. Ang sinasabi lang natin, and this is not just the practice in the Philippines, this is the practice in the UN and many other countries, is that we must set a standard initially that we can quarrel about what that standard is, but there is a process of generating that and it's agreed upon by agencies, particularly our Food and Nutrition Research Institute, which first establishes the nutritional standard, which is the starting point. No? And then, once you have established that, see how that is changing over time as we launch programs, as we initiate policies to address poverty. Yan lang purpose niya, no?
Yeah.
Rep. Manuel?
So, Madam Chair, para mas maging malinaw din sa ating mga kababayan yung paano ba natin maaabot yung high, ambitious na target na 9% poverty rate, dapat malinaw din yung pamantayan. Kung multidimensional siya, maraming mga factors, kailangan ma-explain din yan. Kasi kung titingnan lang natin yung 18.62 pesos per meal, yan ay hindi yan realistic, hindi na po yan kasya para dun sa kahit ulam or kanin ng ating mga kababayan. So, final points, Madam Chair, ito naman ay tungkol sa iba pang pondo na nasa ating budget. Kasi ang ating goal dito ay mag-guarantee na ang bawat piso ay well spent. Kaya in line with that, ay kailangan din matingnan yung malaking confidential and intelligence funds na nakalagak sa iba't ibang mga ahensya. At malaki din yung under the Office of the President, 9.28 billion pesos for 2023. Curious ako sa pagtingin ng ating economic managers kung okay ba na ito ay gawing malaking confidential or intelligence funds na hindi ma-audit kesa specify na saan yan mapupunta given na after the pandemic napakalinaw naman kung ano dapat yung mga priority. Madam Chair.
Your time's up, Rep. Manuel. Thank you. Next on our list is from the majority. The chair recognizes Rep. Rodolfo Ordener.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, good afternoon po. Last July 30, yun po ating increase in social pension ng ating indigent senior citizens ay nag-lapse into law. At ako po, 10 ng ating mga senior citizens ay nagpapasalamat sa ating Pangulong Marcos na after more than a decade ay nagkaroon po ng pagtaas ng social pension ang ating mga senior citizens. Kanina po sa inyong presentation, nakita ko po ang proposed budget nyo sa senior citizens na 25B. Ibig po sabihin, yung 25B po na yan ay para lang man po dun sa dating 500. So, dun po sa ating increase ng social pension, ay nangangailangan pa rin tayo ng 25 billion para po maipamahagi natin sa ating mga mahihirap na sa ating 4 na milyong mahihirap na senior citizens. Nangangailangan po tayo ng 25 billion pa. Ang tanong ko po sa ating sekretary ng DBM, may pag-asa po bang yung 25 billion na karagdagan ay maisama po sa budget natin para sa susunod na taon?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, when the bill was lapsed into law, we already prepared more or less the budget po. So we did not incorporate yet the additional 25 billion for the increase of the social pension of our senior citizens. We will, on the other hand, the DBM at least will provide the Congress po, the slow-moving departments po, or those with low utilization. Probably po, we will defer to the legislature po, the Congress, if they may wish to augment the needed budget for the increase to 1,000 pesos po.
Rep. Ordinaire?
Maraming salamat po.
Thank you po.
Thank you. Before we proceed, the chair would like to remind the members to pay close attention to the questions being asked so as not to repeat questions. Thank you. Next on the list is from the minority. The chair recognizes Rep. Bernadette Herrera D. from the Bagong Henerasyon Party List.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Magandang hapon po sa DBCC family. My first question is clarificatory. I'd like to understand why some figures in the budget message of the President is not consistent with that inside of the NEP. I'll give an example. It says in the budget message of the President that the agricultural sector will get 184 billion pesos. But if you add DAR, DA, BSGC, and everything, the total is 175.248. And then upon the presentation of Secretary Pangandaman earlier, she said that the agricultural sector will get 172 billion. So why are these figures inconsistent?
DBM?
I think at least for the agriculture sector, ma'am, some of the programs and projects that I indicated a while ago is not the complete list of the programs and projects under the agriculture sector. We can provide, ma'am, the list, the enumerated list of all the projects and programs.
So ano po yung pinakatotoo dito? Yung 184 ang mapupunta sa agricultural sector kasi the NEP does not support it. If I
DBM?
add NEP, if I add DAR, DA, BSGC, PCIC, and others, it would still not add up to 184.1 billion pesos.
DBM?
Ganon din po sa education sector, sa Department of Migrant Workers, hindi po consistent yung mensahe ng ating Pangulo sa nandoon po sa NEP.
DBM?
Hold on, ma'am. Mr. Chair.
Is the figure larger or smaller than 184.1 billion as indicated in the President's message?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, it's 184 billion po.
So, how come the NEP does not support it even if I add everything? Pwede po bang i-enlighten kami ano yung breakdown ng 184?
DBM?
Ma'am, the one in PBM po is a consolidated amount po of all the projects and programs po.
Pwede pa submit na lang po ng breakdown so I can understand it more clearly. The same as a DepEd, nakalagay dito, 852.8 billion, but if I add everything, it's 803 billion. So medyo malalaki po yung discrepancy. Siguro I'll list it down and then can you please clarify so that we are aware kung ano yung numbers na magiging consistent?
852.4 billion. We will provide, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the breakdown of the programs and projects under each sector po.
Yes, please. Para lang maging consistent tayo. My next question refers to the unprogrammed appropriations for fiscal year 2023. It is now at 588.2 billion. Ang laki po ng increase nito, it is the highest it has ever been. Ang sabi dito, the increase is because of the anticipated loan proceeds for DOTR projects. Magkano po ba yung DOTR project loan na inaasahan po natin?
DBM?
It's roughly, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, it's roughly 300 billion for the DOTR department, from the Department of Transportation.
But I'm assuming this isn't contracted yet? Has it been contracted already?
It has been contracted already, ma'am.
Sorry,
Mrs.
Madam Chair, I forget to address you. Madam Chair, through you, if it has been contracted, bakit po siya nasa unprogrammed appropriations?
DBM?
Madam Chair and Madam Speaker, the reason why DOTR was specifically included under the unprogrammed fund is because of their budget utilization rate. The budget utilization rate of DOTR for OSEC, for loan proceeds, is 17%. If we include the loan proceeds requirement under the program, and then it will not be utilized by DOTR, it might be a waste of the fiscal space which is very limited or which was very limited when it was provided to us. So that's the reason why among all implementing among all implementing agencies and departments implementing FAPs, DOTR's FAPs was included under the unprogrammed appropriation. Second, the reason why, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, that we included it under the unprogrammed appropriation also is that in the event that there will be an improvement in the utilization rates of the DOTR as a result of the new administration, then if we don't provide it under the unprogrammed, then it will also be detrimental to the DOTR and for the national government because we did not provide a standby appropriation to cover the possible loan proceeds that the OTR might need.
But why is it possible? I thought it was already contracted out.
It doesn't matter whether it has been contracted out, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, because even if it is contracted out, it can be included under the unprogrammed appropriation. It used to be that the unprogrammed appropriation for FAPs would only be for new or unsigned loan agreements. But I think for the past couple of years, I think 5 years or so, we already included ongoing projects under that category. So we can include contracted loans under the unprogrammed appropriation, Madam Chair.
Rep. Araradi.
Yeah. Madam Chair, what about the 149.6 billion support to infrastructure projects? Saan po ito ifa-fund? Would it be funded from loans or increase in revenue collections?
DBM.
Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, the SIP-SIP, as we call it, we call it SIP-SIP for purposes of ease, is actually for infrastructure projects that can be funded out of excess revenues, which were not anticipated during budget preparation.
Rep. Araradi.
Thank you. Excess revenues, yeah. My next question is related dun sa DICT po natin. Alam niyo naman, paborito ko yung SUF natin, earmarked revenues. It says here that we funded 2.5 for the Free Wi-Fi Act of our country. Last year, I asked you, ma'am, if, through you, Madam Chair, if yung, yung absorptive capacity ng department and ng project will be separate and independent so that pag naubos na yung 2.5 billion ng SUF at may magandang nakalatag pa na project ang DICT, can it request again from DBM kahit na yung absorptive capacity ng DICT is hindi maganda?
DBM.
Because last year, your answer was it would be treated independently. I'd like to know the policy for this administration.
DBM.
If the agency po is unable to utilize po their funds, it will be difficult for DBM to provide additional funding for the said purpose, ma'am.
Ulitin ko yung question
Chair.
ko. Hiwalay yung earmarked revenues, SUF. I'm talking about SUF, I'm talking about DICT. The 2.5 billion yung 2.5 galing yan sa SUF. Ngayon, pag naubos ba yung 2.5 ng DICT for the free Wi-Fi, can it request more? Because we have 15 billion as of December, plus 6 billion, it will be 21 billion yung ating pondo sa spectrum usage fees in the earmarked revenues.
Ma'am, if maubos po nila, Mr. Chair, yung budget for the purpose po, pwede po natin silang dagdagan po.
Anytime in the year. I just like to put that on record, Madam. Through you,
DBM.
Madam Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair.
Thank you for that. That makes me happy. My next question is, sa 8-point socio-economic agenda ng Pangulo, sabi natin, isa dito is reduce transport logistic cost under the Protect the Purchasing Power of Families. One of the sources of high transport logistic cost has to do with high port fees and charges. As a GOCC, yung PPA and CAAP remits billions to the Treasury as corporate dividends. But the question is, where is this money coming from? The fact is, we have the highest port cargo handling cost in the ASEAN. And this undermines the economy's competitiveness in the global market and contributes to higher prices of goods consumed by Filipinos. This is definitely in contrast to the thrust of the President to reduce transport costs. This is why I filed the bill to decouple the conflicting regulatory commercial functions of PPA. What is your take on this, sir?
DBM.
Or ma'am?
That is your last question, Rep.
Yes,
Araradi.
nga po. Can I just, let's for the second round.
Yes. Comsec, kindly include Rep. Araradi for the second round.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, maybe we can check with the department po, with the DOTR on with respect to the proposed bill po.
No, I just want Madam Chair to put on record that to reduce the transport cost, that's critical. So maybe it's something that this administration can look into in order to reduce transport costs, which is part of the 8-point agenda of the President.
Thank you, Rep. Araradi.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Next
ma'am.
on the list is from the majority. The chair now recognizes Rep. Christopher De Venecia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair. To the DBCC family, I was so ecstatic to hear the first SONA of President BBM, especially when he highlighted the need to prioritize creative industries as well as to galvanize both creative industries and tourism for developing a unique country brand. I saw the near-term agenda, the 8-point agenda, and I was a bit downtrodden. However, seeing it juxtaposed alongside the medium-term agenda, I started seeing a lot of the words that always bring happiness to my ears, like digital economy, innovation, research and development, and all of that. Although I wish that creativity would be more explicitly stated in the medium-term agenda. So I guess the first question, Madam Chair, is when will we start seeing the medium-term agenda items being reflected in the budget? Given that, of course, the priority is the near-term 8-point agenda, at least in this first fiscal year.
DBM or Secretary Balisacan?
Yes, Madam Chair. Indeed, as we mentioned earlier, the near-term agenda that is referred to in our medium-term framework pertains to this year and next. No? So clearly, the priorities for this year and next, for the rest of this year and next, are the current issues and problems. The inflation, then of course, the logistics cost, transport cost. But at the same time, we are already building up the measures toward addressing the constraints for the medium-term growth and poverty reduction. And that's where pumapasok na ho yung mga infrastructure, water, energy, and the like, no? Including addressing institutional and regulatory issues that are intended, that will address this high cost of doing business. No? And there also innovations come in, including creativity. I think that we will have a chapter in the Philippine Development Plan that addresses that issue, that highlight that issue on innovation and creativity, because that's indeed the future for our young, especially the young workers, Madam Chair.
Rep. De Venecia?
That's music to my ears, Madam Chair. I'm particularly excited also in the medium-term agenda to see an item on livable cities. And of course, we're ramping up the infra spend to the tune of 5 to 5.5% of GDP annually. But let's also not lose sight of the 5 fundamentals of livable cities, especially if we want to achieve that in a medium term or a 6-year time horizon. First is robust and complete neighborhoods. Second is accessibility and sustainable mobility. Of course, cities like Amsterdam comes to mind, where priority really in the streets is the pedestrian, and then the bikers, and then the trams, and then the cars. So parang least priority pa yung mga cars. Third is diverse and resilient local economy. Fourth is vibrant public spaces, like public parks and creative industry spaces or infrastructure, as always advocated by Chair Joey Salceda. And the fifth is affordability. Other livability indicators also include stability, healthcare, culture and environment, education, and infra. So if we are preparing for a livable city goal in the medium term, I hope we start investing in things like public spaces, creative industry infrastructure, at least as early as next year. My next question, Madam Chair, is on the booster shot budget. For 2023, I didn't see any, but I did see a budget for vaccination. So I'm just wondering, since I did hear about this in the news, will the 77% of the population that has already been inoculated need to be inoculated again with a reconstituted vaccine that's, I suppose, more effective against new variants? Madam Chair.
DBM?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, just to add perhaps for your point on livable cities, A while ago, I mentioned that under the LGSF, there's a support of 5 billion of financial assistance for the local government units. And among the projects that you can, allocate or request will be construction and maintenance or rehabilitation of green open spaces,
Good.
infrastructure or active mobility, and elevated or grade pedestrian footpaths and walkways. So at least we try to fund, at least for the livable cities. As to the vaccines, Mr. Chair, there's 23 billion under the unprogrammed funds for the vaccines.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Rep. Vanessa,
Madam Chair,
you may wish to propound that question to the DOH. I believe they are scheduled to give us a budget briefing after the 10th of
All right.
September.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Fourth is on bureaucratic efficiency, which is also a pillar of the near-term agenda. I noticed, though, that the budget allocated to the ARTA is 0.15 or 150 million. And I remember one of the hearings that we conducted for the furniture industry, and apparently it takes around 30 to 50 permits that you need to secure from government just to be a furniture designer. So it's super cumbersome to even enter that sector. And we called on ARTA to maybe review how we can condense these 30 to 50 permits. But it seems it's on an ad hoc basis rather than on a proactive basis. So I'm just wondering if there is a plan to increase the budget of the ARTA, given that one of the tenets of the near-term agenda is bureaucratic efficiency, Madam Chair.
DBM?
Madam Chair, we've provided a total of 149 million for ARTA. So, well, I defer to the agency, the utilization of the funding to at least evaluate their existing policies in terms of ease of doing business.
Right.
One last question or manifestation, Rep. Vanessa.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I was elated to see that there's a decline of underemployment by 1.4%. I'm just wondering as to what the factors are that led to this. And I guess a contiguous question would be that it was encouraging to see an increase in youth employment and a decrease in youth underemployment. However, the sample based on the Philippine Statistics Authority is from age 15 to 24. But I think in our laws, in our Philippine laws, youth is defined as 30 years old and below. So maybe the sample should be increased to 15 to 30. So that's actually my final duo question, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Secretary Balisacan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The decrease in the unemployment rate and underemployment rate during the month of June and the months before that, Madam Chair, has been due to the further opening up of the economy. So it's the economy is now picking up, and it's likely to continue, as I said earlier, in the near term, and then henceforth to the longer term trajectory in the coming years. With respect to our definition of youth in the Philippine Statistics Authority, that has been the established norm, and we can revisit that, Madam Chair,
Thank you.
to match our statistics with what we have in our laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Rep. Vanessa. Next on our list is from the minority. The chair now recognizes Rep. Mujib Hataman, who will join us via Zoom, I believe. Rep. Hataman, you may now proceed.
Madam Chair. Yes, unmuted na po. You hear me, Madam Chair?
Loud and clear. Rep. Ataman, please proceed.
Madam Chair, may I ask DBM if how much amount they allocated to energy sector for the year 2023?
DBM, the amount allotted to the energy sector. So DOE, ERC.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the total proposed budget for the Department of Energy will amount to 2.22 billion for 2023.
Yung sa NAPOCOR po, magkano?
GOCC.
Rep. Ataman, can you repeat that, please? DBM.
For NAPOCOR, for 2023, it will be 1.3 billion.
Magkano ho yung sa fuel subsidy para sa SPAG areas?
DBM.
The SPAG funding po, it's already included in the 1.3 billion from our NAPOCOR, Mr. Chair. Madam
Rep.
Chair.
Ataman.
Magkano raw, ma'am? Magkano? Sorry po.
Mr.
Anyway,
Chair,
Madam Chair, ano ho, ang sinasabi, kaya ko lang nire-raise yung point na to to make it na lang faster. Nung isang araw ho, tumanggap kami ng liham, lahat ng SPAG areas, in fact specifically yung province of Basilan, Sulu, and Tawi-Tawi ata, and other areas in Sultan Kudarat. Na ang sinasabi, kaya ang next na tanong ko sana kung magkano nakapeg yung fuel for year 2023 comparatively doon sa year 2022.
DBM.
Anyway, ma'am, kung wala ho, just...
Mr. Chair, we don't have a data now, so maybe we can provide.
Okay, ma'am. We can ask that to NAPOCOR anyway. Pero
Yes,
ma'am, ang
po.
issue rito with DBM and DBCCs, mas sa issue yung policy budget. Dahil nung isang araw ho, tumanggap kami ng letter at ang sinasabi sa letter, yung ilang SPAG areas magkakaroon ng total blackout dahil nagkaroon ng shortage sa fuel dahil naubos na yung pondo intended for fuel subsidy. Ang sinasabi ng, kumbaga dahil yung biglaang pag-increase ng fuel because of Ukraine war. Pero ang point ko rito, ang letter nila effective September na dapat magkakaroon ng total brownout. Ang hindi ko alam, ma'am, kung ano yung pinag-uusapan ngayon ng NAPOCOR at ng DBM to address this problem.
Mr.
DBM.
Chair, we received the same information from Secretary Lutilia. We are just waiting for the request if we can find funding. I think it's roughly, for the fuel charges, I think it's roughly 1 billion until the end of the year, Mr. Chair.
Ang alam ko ma'am, yung utang na dapat nilang bayaran sa Petron is nasa 1.2 billion out of 2 billion na utang nila. So si Petron,
Yes,
parang ang sinasabi, si Petron sumulat and we have the copy of the letter na hindi kami magre-release ng fuel sa spag areas unless mabayaran nyo muna yung 1.2 billion. At ang sinasabi ni NAPOCOR, meron silang unused funds pero wala pang authority. Meron silang authority pero wala pang authorization from the Department of Budget and Management. So may I get the comment of the DBM on this, Madam Chair?
Mr. Chair, I've already talked to Secretary Lutilia on the matter, and we are just waiting for the request from the department to initiate the processing of the request for the release of the 1 billion for the fuel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Another point, Madam Chair, sa special provision ho ng assistance to local government, and in your presentation this morning also, nabanggit nyo ho na yung assistance to local government is exempt Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao na local government units, di ba? May I know, ma'am, kung ano yung context at reason bakit yung LGU within BARM ay hindi pwedeng tumanggap ng assistance ng local government support fund?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, for BARM, we have already allocated a block grant,
Yes, ma'am.
which is 64.8 billion.
Pero that 64.8 billion for 2023, ma'am, is not assistance to local government units. It's a block grant. Kumbaga parang budget lang yan ng mga regional agencies na outside of BARM. Ang sinasabi ko dito sa assistance to local government and local government support fund, bakit meron siyang exception ng exempt LGUs under Bangsamoro Autonomous Region? Ang tinatanong ko ho, kung ano yung context, ano yung rational, at ano yung dahilan.
DBM?
In fact, ma'am, 2 years ago, 17-18 Congress, lahat ng Muslim representatives sumulat sa DBM. Nag-query kami on that matter. Hanggang ngayon wala akong reply si DBM kung ano yung reason.
Yusek Janet.
DBM?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Mr. Speaker. So, under the Bangsamoro Organic Act po, there is a provision that the LGUs under the territory of the BARM are to be provided for by the Bangsamoro government. So on the part of the national government po, since they already have the block grant and meron pa po sila yung 5 billion, that already covers the support for all the LGUs under the BARM. Madam Chair, Mr.
Rep.
Speaker.
Ataman?
Ma'am, pwedeng makiusap na lang ako, officially i-reply nyo na lang yung letter namin to put it on record para alam din namin kung ano yung next step namin. Kasi yung assistance to LGU, ma'am, ako ang perception ko lang yan, and based din sa Bangsamoro Organic Law, is different. Parang rin yan, ma'am, yung program ng 4Ps. Si 4Ps hindi naman natin dinevolve sa BARM kung hindi dinadaan lang natin ang allocation ay nasa DSWD rin. Likewise, yung assistant to LGU ay nasa DBM lang yan, any LGUs of the country. Pwede siya dapat. Pero kaya nga tinatanong ko lang, dahil wala namang nakalagay sa BOL na bawal silang tumanggap ng assistance to LGUs. Kasi karamihan naman ng pondo ng BARM pang-sahod, pang-infra at ibang mga lahat ng devolved function. Unless yung undevolved function, hindi ho kasama doon. But anyway, ma'am, hindi po ako makikipagdebate kasi DBM nang nagsabi. Pero ang akin lang, sana kung meron hong query mga ganon, dapat sinasagot tayo officially.
Thank you, Rep. Ataman. The Chair reminds the DBM to respond to the queries of Rep. Ataman, his queries today, as well as his previous written queries. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Your time is up, Rep. Ataman. Our next...
Okay, second round, ma'am.
Comsec, please take note. Next on the list is from the majority. The Chair recognizes Rep. Joey Salceda.
Pinilit lang ako dito, ha? I was called by the Speaker and the Chairperson to come. Sir Jokno, will 5.9% increase in expenditure, 0.3% increase in capital outlay, your growth-inducing portions of the budget, give you 7% GDP growth?
Sec. Jokno.
So I think it is right to say that the government's share of the economy is roughly around 20%. So that will not be enough. Really have to have a very strong private sector support.
Okay, we'll accept that because I know you have projects for PPP, privatization, etc. So I'm aware of all the other initiatives, and though I think being member of the majority, I'm supposed to always agree with you. Yung second, ma'am, sa DBM, I am one with a former budget APRO chair. Last year, our total budget was higher by 100 plus billion because we added 50 items to the unprogrammed without deducting. So in short, we went over. Ako po ang pinapag-defend ni Secretary Jokno ng Budget Reform Act. Ang nakalagay po doon ay ang sabi doon na ang unprogrammed should not be higher than 3% of the program. Second, under Administrative Code, the unprogrammed appropriation are traditionally part of the President Expenditure Program. So that's good. And has been included in every year's program as well. As such, it falls within the constitutional restriction on increasing appropriation. Book 6, Chapter 1, Section 1 of the Administrative Code also reiterates this prohibition and does not distinguish between program and unprogrammed funds when it says the Constitution, the Congress may not increase the appropriations recommended by the President for the operation of the government as specified in this budget. Now, don't worry. This is not the 2023 budget. This is the 2022 budget. So I am being assured by former Secretary Janet that you will not be releasing. But would you think that the approval itself will stand to legality, Madam Secretary, or your lawyers?
DBM.
Yusek Janet Abel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sir, what was said earlier, lahat po ng mga provisions of the law, we actually reiterated or emphasized them during the discussion with Congress before, sir, particularly the House of Senate. But ultimately, sir,
So, mga senador ang may pakana.
We are not privy to that, Mr. Chairperson, but we recognize that such act of Congress is obviously based on its legislative wisdom. And of course, I think all of us po would know that there has been no precedent case or decision on the matter. So at this point, our position in the DBM is to refrain from rendering an opinion on the
ma'am,
propriety.
you will have other. This is just a cautionary tale to our new chairperson that obviously he will not do it. That the unprogrammed plus program is higher than the gap. The gap is higher than the program plus unprogrammed.
We agree, Madam Chairperson, because
Okay.
that would mean that in case there would be additional revenue sources or the sources to back up the unprogrammed appropriations, you have a fixed program already initially, so that would be difficult to try to maneuver. As much as possible, we try to contain that within the amount of the programmed appropriations. But of course, that would be difficult to do if,
Under
in
Chairperson
actuality.
Saldico, obviously it will not happen.
We are actually hoping for that, Mr.
And
Chairperson.
the other one, ma'am,
sir.
is are we under cost budgeting? Under CBC as provided for in the budget reform, which you compelled me to stand up for hours and hours and defend here. But,
DBM?
Yes, Madam Chairperson, Mr. Speaker. We are now on the 5th year of the
okay, thank
cash
you.
budgeting
So in
system.
short, your real expenditure next year will be 176 billion lower than the 5028 that you're talking about.
That,
DBM?
sir, would be, that would depend on the implementation, sir. But we will be trying to contain that, Mr.
No,
Chair.
because
That's the challenge.
there is a portion there in your own notices which says that you will only pay 533 billion
DBM?
next year for obligations this year under the CBs, under the cost budgeting. In short, all I'm saying is that, ma'am, for transparency to the people, that the size of the state with respect to the overall economy will be actually be lower. Because under the CBC, you will only pay 533 billion plus 4553, which means your actual expenditure next year, your actual cash expenditure next year will be 176 billion lower than it is.
DBM?
Theoretically, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, that is correct. If we are going to follow, strictly speaking, the cash budgeting system, that will be the figures that will arise. But the implication here is we are in a pandemic or post-pandemic, and we are targeting growth.
That's nice to hear that we have a very precautionary principle, the conservatism of our budgeting processes. It is
Yes.
definitely inspires confidence in our fiscal policy. That's okay. But then again, on the other side will be the growth. Are we spending enough to prod the growth and to reduce the kind of expenditures that are showing? I think we will be doing much better in reducing poverty than in achieving our growth targets. Is that a fair assessment because of the kind of expenditure I've seen in the entire?
Rep. Salceda, that's your last question. DBM?
I think this is a question for NEDA, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Secretary Balisacan?
No answer needed. It's just really a precautionary tale to us as decision makers. So I am appealing to the collective wisdom of Congress that we have to make these decisions. And I think our choices are clear. So thank you very much to the very forthright answers from DBM. It's quite, thank you very much, Mr.
Chair.
Speaker, and to the chair for inviting me from my sleep.
The chair recognizes Secretary Diokno.
Well, in response to the query of Congressman Joey Salceda, we would like the economy to grow, to recover. So if there is additional resources available to us, either through maybe new loans or maybe additional revenues coming from, say, privatization of some corporations, we would be willing to support a supplemental budget. I think we have not done that for the longest time. We are going to support supplemental, because if they're ready to implement projects and we have the money, then we better spend it now rather than, say, a year from now.
Thank you. And the chair duly notes the very incisive observations and recommendations of our esteemed colleague, Rep. Joey Salceda. Thank you. Next on the list is again from the majority. The chair recognizes Rep. Ted Haresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to welcome the economic and finance legends of our country, led by Secretary Ben Jokno and, of course, Secretary Bali Kasan and BSP Governor Medalla. First, to our BSP Governor, what measures are you undertaking to defend the further deterioration of our Philippine peso?
BSP. We have Deputy Governor Francis Tequila. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair. As a matter of a framework, we have let the market determine the broad directions of the currency. As the governor has noted in his earlier explanatory speech, there are, in any movement of the currency, there would be winners and also losers. A weakening of the currency, for example, will help support the export sector, and it will help support the overseas Filipinos with their dollar income or income denominated in foreign exchange. Then they will have greater purchasing power. But on the other hand, as what we had seen quite recently, if there is a tendency for markets to become quite disorderly, then rapid weakening of the currency can cause inflationary expectations to be adjusted upwards. And we had actually seen that that was beginning to happen. And in large part, that was a basis for the off-cycle adjustment by the BSP of its policy rate. 75 basis points. If you were to look at that month of July, look at the measure of volatility of the peso before the adjustment of the policy rate by the Monetary Board and the volatility after, then you can see that there has been an impact with lower volatility. And that is something that we are now continuing to see. Now, going forward, of course, it's the Monetary Board that decides on the future course of the monetary policy. But there is ample policy space available. Our policy rate continues to be supportive of economic growth. In fact, if you were to look at it in real terms, we are still in negative real policy rate. So if there were to be an instance, for example, in the future, where the exchange rate again tends to threaten the attainment of the inflation target, then that instrument, as with all other instruments of the BSP, continues to be available. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Reparesco.
So, thank you, Madam Chair. Given that there is the inflation and depreciation and persistent unemployment, what else will the BSP undertake, Madam Chair?
BSP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In the latest assessment of the BSP discussed during the Monetary Board meeting this August, we've actually seen now that the outlook for inflation for next year has gone down to 4%. And this is just at the upper bound of the inflation target range. That's a welcome development because relative to the previous policy meeting of the board, it was still beyond the target band at about 4.2%. But given the latest decision of the Monetary Board to increase the policy rate by 50 basis points, then we are now, although this has not yet been an official baseline forecast of the BSP, but with that adjustment, then we are now looking at a much better possibility that inflation next year will go back to within target. Of course, this is very much also dependent on what happens during externally, because much of the drivers of inflation has come from outside the Philippines, and in particular, oil prices. Oil prices have become quite high because of the impact of the Russia-Ukraine war. But now we have an assessment of a threshold of about $90 per barrel, at which point we can see inflation going back to within target. So that's our assessment based on futures prices of oil is that there can be some stabilization in the oil markets, and that right now the average expected futures price is a little bit below $90 per barrel. So we're at that threshold. Now, of course, as I've been saying, it's an assessment by the board that should there be a need for further adjustments in the policy rate going forward, then that would need to be undertaken. On top of that, there are also other actions being done by the BSP in order to make its policy rate more effective in influencing market interest rates. And this would be in line with what we call our exit strategy, including widening the number and types of counterparties that have access to the instruments of the BSP. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Reparesco.
Madam Chair, I'm saying this because in the previous administration, it was the governance of then Governor Ben Jokno that had intervened with timely actions, for example, the reserve requirements and all that. And BSP, hopefully, prayerfully, will be like the actions of Secretary Ben Jokno. Yun lang po ang sinasabi ko po. Sana katulad din po ng ginawa ni Secretary Ben Jokno doon panahon ng COVID na nag-contract ang ekonomiya natin according to my calculation some 19.6%. To DBM, Madam Chair, I see that the regionalized budget, Luzon gets 18% or 437 billion. 954 billion. And Visayas is 437 billion. And Mindanao is 628 billion. On the political side, Madam Chair, ay 25% ng boto ng Pilipinas ay galing sa Bisaya. Pero bakit pinaka-konti sa Bisaya? In economic terms, for every peso of public investment, I think there is a more multiplier in the Visayas, particularly parochially, if I talk about Boracay, ay mas marami po. We contributed 59 billion pesos to the national economy and all we need are some infrastructure. So, DBM, can you please explain to me the criteria how you allocated to Luzon an enormous amount of 954 billion and to the Visayas almost half at 447 billion.
DBM, the basis for regional allocations.
Actually po, Mr. Chair, Madam Speaker, the components or the way we disaggregate this is based on the projects and programs submitted by the agencies. And then we actually total it and then divide it according to the island group. However, sir, the 8.3% for the Visayas island does not include yet a big sum, the budgets under the nationwide or central office allocation. We note that there are some components of the budgets under the nationwide and central office allocations can be downloaded to projects or programs for the Visayas island. Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm glad to hear that, Secretary Amina. Now, going to the son of the President, he said that agriculture will be the centerpiece. But agriculture increased by 42% up to last year, and DOTR to an outstanding 147%. How can that, how do you explain that if you mess it with the SONA? Madam Chair, Secretary.
DBM. A comparison of the budget increases in DA and the DOTR vis-a-vis the pronouncements of the President during the SONA.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the projects under DOTR are considered to be high, what's this, big ticket items that are up for finalization or implementation in the coming years. The projects are as follows. The big ticket projects under the DOTR will be the North-South commuter railway, Metro Manila subway project, and the LRT-1 Cavite extension projects. These are the main reasons why the increase in DOTR is quite huge, because the projects are already in their, I think, in the midway of the construction.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Now I go to DSWD, Pantawid. In my own province, Aklan, since the time of this, Pantawid started the time of Gloria Macapagal Arroyo. Marami na po nakatawid sa amin, pero nandiyan pa rin sila sa pagtawid. So, we are, as I see, in Aklan, we have developed a subgroup of nakatawid. They are already middle class somewhat in their purchasing power, but how come DSWD, DBM, have you not purged the list of nakatawid?
DBM?
Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, they're in the process now of cleaning their so-called their listahan. So, and then the implementation, we defer to the DSWD leadership, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Resco?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope DBM with DSWD really go through the list of Pantawid. Going to the vaccine, Madam Chair, for DBM, in the past administration, we allocated a lot of money for vaccine, despite some big private sector companies offering to buy vaccine. Now, you allocated 22 billion for vaccine. How do we avoid, again, all these vaccines which are already expired?
DBM, Rep. Resco, that's your last question.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, maybe we can ask DOH on how to utilize the said vaccine, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Resco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Last na lang po sa DOF.
Rep. Resco, you may be listed in the second round, if you wish.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Next on our list is again from the majority. The chair recognizes the Honorable Ralph Recto.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, Mr. Speaker, to our economic managers. Good afternoon. I will be very quick, Madam Chair. First, let me congratulate our economic managers for their presentation, and I congratulate the President for appointing them, who I consider investment grade economic managers. No? So thank you for your presentation today. Just a quick point, Madam Chair. I noticed that the budget increase as far as the obligation is only about 4.8%, and the disbursement is below inflation of 2.6%. So following up the point made by Congressman Salceda, how do we expect the economy to grow by a real growth rate of 7% next year if the government would seem to be a drag on that 7% economic growth, considering that our budget increase is much lower than the growth rate that we expect?
I believe it's NEDA who runs the growth estimates. Secretary Balisacan.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Let me note that insofar as this year and next, we expect that the growth is largely consumption-driven. household consumption in particular, about 70% of the growth in the first half could be attributed to household consumption. So as pointed out earlier by my colleague, Sekben, the share of government is really quite small. And as I also pointed out earlier, there's scope for further boosting that growth with further reopening of the economy, especially that it's encouraging that investment confidence is strengthening. And if we are able to continue opening the economy next year and get this investment going on, especially we are counting on private sector investment in particular to take a greater share of that total investment. I think that it's very much doable. I also note, Madam Chair, that if you look at the rapid growth episode of our country from 2010 to 2019, before the pandemic, a large part of that was also much consumption-driven and the services sector from the supply side. And it's not so much correlated with global headwinds. In fact, the correlation, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry to be so technical here, but it's only 0.11. So this tells you that a lot of this thing that's happening in the growth is quite domestic. And so that's where we are counting on, at least. And the other thing that really makes me quite upbeat about the medium term, Madam Chair, is that we have entered already the so-called demographic sweet spot, where the working age population is growing faster than the total population. For example, working age is growing at 1.9% now. Total population is growing at 1.6, 1.7%. Now, if you can get investment going, that demographic shift adds a boost to the capacity of the economy to grow. So the trick there, Madam Chair, is really that the private sector must be engaged.
So in effect, the short response is that we expect the private sector to take the slack. Now,
Private sector.
wouldn't there be an inconsistency in the sense that here we are, the government is fighting inflation, the central bank is raising interest rates, which would have an effect of tempering consumption, tempering growth to address inflation. Isn't that the case? I mean, you cannot have your cake and eat it too, isn't it?
No.
Secretary Balisacan?
Yes, Madam Chair. I think that we are looking at this in the medium term, that clearly any increase in investment in interest rate will dampen investment. Any increase in inflation will dampen consumption. But the damage done to the economy in the medium term is much more if inflation is...
Yes, I agree with that.
Yeah.
My point is that when we increase interest rates, that dampens investment and consumption. So following up from the point I raised earlier, isn't it that it should be government to lead the economic growth at the moment?
Yes, yes.
Rather than rely on the private sector because we're increasing interest rates?
We
That's
would
the
like
point,
to
yes.
see investment, the actions of government, the priorities of government targeted on those that can unleash the potential in the private sector. I mentioned these critical constraints to growth that have been issues for so long. Bad infrastructure that leads to high cost of doing business. Energy is a major problem right now. I mean, if you can't get the energy investment in the energy sector going in the next couple of years, then let's forget the growth. That's water is also a major issue, despite the fact that we are surrounded by water, and so on and so forth. And also this issue that private sector always raise, the regulatory issues and the those things that we can do to address the ease of doing business issue. I think that I would rather want to see the government spending move in those directions so that the potential of the private sector can grow even more, and focus also on social protection. That's for the government, especially for health and education, Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you for your response. I noticed as well that there is a portion in the budget that we do have an unprogrammed fund of roughly 588 billion. Now, if we add that to the 5268, then the budget is, there's a 16% growth rate. Because when we pass the budget, this is really an authority to spend, giving the president the authority to spend, diba? Now, why is it that the DBM submitted an unprogrammed fund of roughly 588 billion? What are the chances of this being spent as well?
DBM?
The release of the budget under the unprogrammed appropriation will trigger when there are excess revenues from the national government, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, do we expect a part of the unprogrammed to be spent next year? Do we expect a part of the unprogrammed to be spent next year?
DBM?
BTR. I suppose, Mr. President, because this year, for example, we were able to fund or generate excess revenues, and we were able to fund some of the projects under the unprogrammed appropriations.
Yes. And when we say excess revenue, that includes borrowing?
DBM?
No, Mr. Chair.
When you say loans, does that include, can you, if we have perfected additional loans, would that be part of revenue and therefore you can spend the unprogrammed?
DBM?
Yes, di ba?
Secretary
Could I
Jokno.
explain? There are two cases where you can spend the unprogrammed appropriations. One is if there is excess revenue over what has been programmed, right? So that's one case. The other case is if you have new loans.
Correct.
And
So
there's
borrowings, pwede.
Borrowings, pwede,
Diba?
pwede.
Okay. Now, and the reason why I bring that up is because to achieve that 7% growth rate, you may have to spend the unprogrammed.
Could I reply?
Yes.
First,
Secretary
on the prior question of Senator Rector, Congressman Rector. You know, what am I going to say? There has really been a structural shift in our economy because of what you've done, okay? You have path-breaking new legislation, liberalized the economy, and so that could, in fact, accelerate the entry of foreign investment in the country, especially the Public Service Act. Secondly, in the past, I noticed that agriculture has been a laggard, okay? It's in and out of recession. Now we are focusing on agriculture, so that could be another source of growth. And at the same time, in the past, we have not invested in mining. Now mining is open, and that's another growth sector. So there are many growth sectors, possible growth sectors, in response to your answer.
Thank you for your response, and I agree. I do agree with you with some of those observations, Madam Chair. A final point, because we have limited time. I noticed in the BESF, even assuming we grow by 7%, the unemployment rate will increase. Why is that, Secretary Balisacan?
Secretary Balisacan?
Yes.
The reason for that is that a large number of our population are expected to enter the labor force, especially those who are on the K-12. Many of them will join the labor force when they graduate next year. So that's the major pattern that we are seeing, Madam Chair.
Secretary Balisacan, do you mean that the full effects of K-12 will be felt only next year by way of an additional increase in graduates? And so that's a reason for why you are expecting a higher unemployment rate in 2023.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes.
That's
And finally,
what-
so if we do not grow by 7%, all the more we expect unemployment to go higher.
Not necessarily, because that growth now will create jobs, but the jobs that will be created at that point in time will just not be enough to absorb all these new entrants. And I think that what can also happen, Madam Chair, is that the labor force participation rate may also be expected to rise as the economy now enters a kind of a sustained growth path.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I have no further questions for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Rep. Recto. Next on the list, from the majority, the chair recognizes Rep. Rolando Valeriano.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. My question is to the good Secretary of the Department of Finance. Sir, you requested, DBM requested for a 5 trillion budget, but the target collection is more than 3 trillion. Is the tax credit included as your one of the target collection? The tax credit is part of the more than 3 trillion collection target.
Secretary Diokno.
Your Honor, the expected revenues next year is 3.633 trillion, okay? And that's net of the tax credit.
Rep. Valeriano.
Madam Chair, is the tax credit is part of the 3.6 trillion collection target?
No, it's already net of the tax credit.
Rep. Valeriano.
Madam Chair, how about collection which is pay under protest? Those under litigation, is it part of the 3.6 trillion target in 2023?
Secretary Diokno.
Your Honor, the collections, the 3.6 trillion is what we actually collect. So it does not include those which are still tied up in court. Okay.
Rep. Valeriano.
Considering that there is still a gap, and according to you before, magbabaro po tayo sa mga financial institution, do you consider disposing some asset or patrimonial property to augment the gap between the collection and the budget?
Secretary Diokno.
Your Honor, we will be aggressive in our privatization effort. Okay.
Rep. Valeriano.
Again, Madam Chair?
We will be very aggressive in our privatization effort, Your Honor.
Rep. Valeriano. The projections on proceeds from privatization are also reported in the BESF.
By the way, in terms of tax efficiency, we know that there is still some leakages or corruption. What is the percentage of your efficiency in terms of tax collection?
Secretary Diokno. Tax effort.
You know, we are going to spend a lot of money trying to computerize both the operations of the Bureau of Customs and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. And right now, while our actual collection exceeds the program revenues for this year, and in fact, my bet is we will exceed it for the whole year. we will continue to improve on tax administration, Your Honor. In fact, some of the measures that we are proposing to Congress will just simplify, make it easier for taxpayers to comply with the requirements.
Rep. Valeriano?
So what is the percentage now of the tax collection, Mr. Secretary? I mean, 70% has been collected and 30% is wastage.
Secretary Diokno?
Refer to my earlier presentation. For example, one measure is what we call revenue effort, that is revenues as a percent of GDP. Our target revenue effort is, for the first half of the year, is 15.2. In actual terms, it's 16.7. So we have exceeded our revenue effort. And our tax effort, we have slightly exceeded that for the first half of the year. Our revenue effort for the first half, our full year target is 14.5. Right now, we have a tax effort of 14.9%.
Rep. Valeriano?
Thank you, Madam Chair. By the way, I've heard that the Bureau of Customs has already met their target this August. So I would like to commend the Bureau of Customs. How about the BIR? Have you hit the target now for the August 2022?
I have here the BIR Commissioner. Could she be recognized, Your Honor?
BIR?
Madam Chair, for August, we have not yet recorded the collections for August. We will still have until the 10th of the next month that but as of August to date, we are on 90% for the month of August.
Rep. Valeriano?
So that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next on our list, again from the majority, the Chair recognizes Rep. Loreto Amante.
Yes, Madam Chair. I have my observation about cash assistance program for DOH. Only 22 billion and only 10% share on the total amount of 206 billion for the cash assistance programs of the government. Madam Chair, medyo nababahala po kasi ako dahil ako po ay naging alkalde din po, naging mayor po ako ng Luzon de San Pablo for 3 terms. At madami po tayong na-encounter na mga pangangailangan ng ating mga maralitang mga kababayan, lalo higit sa kalusugan. May mga instances po talaga ng ating mga maralitang mga kababayan na sa oras na talagang nasa bingit na ng kamatayan, ay sukdulan na yan ay ating ipangutang, maisalba lamang natin ang buhay ng ating mga kababayan. Kaya po, Madam Chair, is there any way na madagdagan ang pondo for DOH? Yun lang po, Madam Chair.
DBM?
Mr. Chair, for 2023, the budget for medical assistance to indigent and financially incapacitated patients amounts to 22.394 billion, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Rep. Amante?
Yes, Madam Chair. Kung may kukumpara ko lang po, yung pondo sa DSWD ay talagang lubhang napakalaki kumpara sa Department of Health. Na sabi nga ng atin pong mahal na speaker ay kinakailangan ng ating programa ay to save lives. So, alam naman natin, pag Department of Health ang pinag-uusapan, talagang sumasagip ito ng buhay. So, sa akin lang, Madam Chair, marapat lang po na sana kahit papano ay maitaas pa ang pondo ng Department of Health para po sa cash assistance programs na alam ko na malaking tulong ito sa ating pong maralitang mga kababayan.
DBM?
Again, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we defer again to the wisdom of the Congress if they may wish to increase the budget for medical assistance. Thank you po.
Rep. Amante?
Yun lang po, Madam Chair. Marami po salamat.
Salamat, Rep. Amante. Next on our list from the majority, the chair recognizes Representative Jolo Revilla.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hey, Ma'am Chair. For the Bureau of Customs and Bureau of Internal Revenue under the Department of Finance, according to the National Expenditure Program, there is a special provision for tax refund, part of which is for excess of erroneous collection of VAT and other internal revenue taxes. For the BIR, the tax refund amounts to almost 14B, 13,913,626,214, which will be found on page 142, volume 2. While for BOC, the tax refund amounts to a little over 20 billion pesos, 20,058,950,000, page 129. How do we avoid erroneously collecting from our taxpayers, all the more now that we are in the midst of adjusting to our new normal? Baka linam po, sa paraang ito, maaari nating matulungan ang ating mga kababayan kahit sa maliit na pamamaraan by avoiding excessively and erroneously charging them.
Chair recognizes the BIR Commissioner.
Yeah. Actually, we have, Madam Chair, we have programs, like for instance, the electronic receipts and electronic invoices, where it will be easier for us to account for the input that these VAT taxpayers have been accounting for. And the other is, it is under the law, the tax refund that the taxpayers are actually is accounting for is on the incentives that they have. And they are actually, they will have to refund such after BIR investigates their request for refund.
Do we have a representative from the Bureau of Customs? You're recognized. Do we have a representative from the Bureau of Customs? Rep. Revilla?
Yes, and I would like to ask also who are qualified to avail this.
BOC?
Madam Chair, I'm Director Cecil Soriano from Bureau of Customs. These tax refund are usually importations that are manufactured and then re-exported. That's why they paid taxes and duties upon importation and then they re-export it once manufactured. That's why they make a refund. This is usually before. This is usually come from energy company.
And can you confirm the numbers of Rep. Revilla?
Nasa NEP po ito.
Rep. Revilla?
Madam Chair, I think this is found on the NEP, which I provided, also the page numbers and the volume.
BOC?
Madam Chair, we will just provide for the list of the tax refund.
Rep. Revilla?
Yes, thank you. We'll be just requesting dun sa mga katanungan po namin para mas madali po para sa inyo. And my second question is for the Bureau of Customs, again, under the Department of Finance. According to the National Expenditure Program, the proposed budget for the Customs Modernization Project is 1,165,900,000. What is the current status of this project? What are the specific programs or projects included in this budget? Para po kasing nakalump sum lang po siya without the breakdown as to how it is being spent and what specific programs or projects are covered.
BOC?
The 1.4 billion proposed budget is for the Philippine Customs Modernization Project.
Rep. Revilla?
Yes, what is the current status of this project? And what are the specific programs or projects included in this budget?
BOC?
Okay, they will provide the components.
Thank you, Sec.
Thank you.
Rep. Revilla?
That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
So to the BIR and BOC, please take note of the submissions that were required of you. And for your budget briefing, for the DOF budget briefing, kindly be better prepared with all the data. Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Revilla. Next on the list, from the majority, the chair recognizes Rep. Alan T.,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
who's joining us via Zoom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. On the issue on unprogrammed fund, may I know the ideal percentage of unprogrammed appropriations to total obligations budget for the Development Budget Coordination Committee or the DBCC?
DBM?
There is no explicit rule, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, regarding the unprogrammed appropriation. However, under the cash budget system, it's approximately 5% of the programmed appropriation.
That is the ideal percentage, 5%?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker.
In your proposed 2023 National Expenditures Program, how much is the percentage of unprogrammed appropriations to total obligations budget?
DBM?
Madam Chair, I would like to have some minutes to compute. Part one.
Uh, 11.2%, Madam Chair.
Sorry, DBM, kindly repeat.
It's 11.2% of the proposed 2023 budget, Madam Chair.
Rep T?
How much is the percentage? I did not hear it.
11.2%.
11.2. Is it not 11? Based on my computation, it's 11.2%.
That's right.
That's correct. Rep T?
Is it 11.2%? Can you kindly
Yes.
confirm?
Yes, Your Honor.
DBM confirms. Rep T?
So it's beyond the ideal you breach the ideal percentage of unprogrammed appropriation to the total obligation budget by almost 100%.
DBM?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, we would like to clarify that the 500 plus billion pesos in unprogrammed appropriation already includes the estimated 300 billion for DOTR loan proceeds requirements. So if we are going to remove that, approximately 200 billion is considered unprogrammed, which will be triggered for release only upon the generation of additional revenues. So I think if there is going to be an analysis of whether we exceeded the ideal, it should be based on the 200 billion unprogrammed appropriation and not the 300 billion unprogrammed appropriation corresponding to loan proceeds of the OTR.
Repti?
Madam Chair, while ago, the DBM said that the total unprogrammed fund amounts to 588 billion, which include the DOTR. So it should always be included in the calculation on the percentage. Because if not, then the unprogrammed fund of the DOTR should be placed into a program fund.
DBM?
So can you kindly confirm, Madam Chair, if that DOTR is indeed in the unprogrammed fund submitted by the DBM?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the approach we adopted insofar as the DOTR is concerned is consistent with what happened in 2022. In 2022, we proposed all the loan proceeds under the DOTR. However, we deferred to the collective wisdom of the legislature because they also realized that the utilization rates of DOTR are at that time inconsistent and could not be estimated, the actual rate. And that's precisely the reason why the loan proceeds for DOTR was transferred to the unprogrammed appropriation. So that is what we adopted insofar as the 2023 levels are concerned, Madam Speaker, Your Honor, with a 4.9% increase in appropriations. And if we include the 300 billion pesos as a program under DOTR, we will no longer be able to finance any program of government except the salary adjustment if we are going to accommodate the 300 billion loan proceeds requirement, Madam Speaker, Mr. Chairman.
Repti?
Yes, so it is admitted that the unprogrammed fund includes the DOTR 300 billion, correct?
DBM?
Yes, yes, Madam Speaker, baliktad yata. Mr. Chair.
Repti?
So, now my question is, what parameters will be used to release or to activate these unprogrammed appropriations? Aside from, first, the excess revenue, as mentioned, new revenue collections, and when there are approved loans. So what other parameters are considered for the release of these unprogrammed funds?
DBM?
Unprogrammed appropriations.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, these are the only factors that will trigger the standby appropriations release. The excess revenues as certified by Treasury, and number 2, available loan proceeds for the foreign assisted projects.
Repti?
Yes, so my question again, into your proposed 2023 budget, we have a gross borrowing of, based on your projection of 2,207,000,000. Am I correct? Less the amortization.
DBM.
124, so that will give you a net financing of 2 billion in your proposed 2023 budget.
Rep T, can you please repeat your question? You are asking
So
about
the question
gross
is
borrowings?
deficit spending based on the 2023 projections submitted before us. So now, how can you now utilize the unprogrammed when we are in a deficit spending? As in fact, we are borrowing.
DBM?
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, there are varying treatments that have evolved over the years. During that early 2000, if I'm not mistaken, to 2010, I'm not very sure about the years, we took the unprogrammed appropriation as a whole. And if we did not exceed revenues, then we can no longer release any amount from the unprogrammed appropriations. However, sometime in 2011 or 2012, there was already a development where excess revenues per item was considered as enough or sufficient to trigger a release of any item under the unprogrammed appropriation, net of whatever was estimated to be collected for the year. So, if, for instance, there is an item for corporate dividends of 200 million, just for purposes of example, and the collections reach 400, we just deduct the 200, which was estimated for that year, and the remaining 200 is considered excess revenues. So you are correct, Mr. Speaker, Madam Chair, that if we are going to consider a strict ruling, then we cannot release any amount because we are in a deficit spending. But with this redefinition of excess revenues, then we are allowed and we are actually releasing excess revenues corresponding to the certification provided by BTR.
Rep T?
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chairman. Thank you for the straightforward answer.
Thank you, Rep T. DBM, could you, for the purpose of clarifying the issue, can you once and for all explain the wisdom behind unprogrammed funds, considering that, of course, the BSF provides sources of funds for the entire 5.268 trillion. In other words, 100% of that would have identified sources of funds, right? But nonetheless, you still set aside what we call unprogrammed. So is this some form of buffer against risk and uncertainty, assuming that, for example, expected revenues are not collected or expected gross borrowings are not actually entered into? So just a quick explanation for the wisdom behind unprogrammed funds.
Madam Chair, the unprogrammed appropriation came into being before I was even employed in government. So that was more than 40 years ago. It was invented, so to speak, by then Minister Laya. And it was accepted by subsequent administrations. It actually is a form of a buffer fund, as you mentioned, Madam Chair. And it was not technically sound to call it a buffer fund because it didn't sound well. So they called it standby appropriation, meaning if at any given point when excess revenues actually are generated and an item of appropriation is found to be deficient or even non-existent, that unprogrammed appropriation will be triggered. However, through the course of years, there were certain instances where we did not have an unprogrammed appropriation. The logic being, if you have a budget that is effectively increasing, there should not be an unprogrammed appropriation. That is the logic of it. But in our country where we have calamities we don't expect or activities we don't even anticipate, but which are necessary to provide services to our people, the unprogrammed appropriation is an available resource which will trigger additional amounts for the national government. The assurance only here that we are being very circumspect or fiscally responsible is that we do not, as much as possible, exceed our program for the year. I can only remember of one instance when we did so, and it was 2 years ago during the pandemic. But otherwise, we bump off certain FLR items or any items which are not needed, just so we can accommodate and say that we are living within the resources that we have.
Thank you for your explanation. Next on the list, again from the majority, Chair recognizes Rep. Ria Vergara, joining us via Zoom.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon
You may
to
proceed.
our secretaries. My question is for the BIR Commissioner. The BIR missed its target collection the first 6 months of 2022, and I worry that this is the largest proposed budget of our country, and most will be sourced from BIR collections. If this target projections are not realized, will the shortfall be sourced from debt again? And what does the economic team plan to do in the eventuality that we don't meet our targeted projections in terms of tax collections?
BIR.
Madam Chair, for this year, we met the target for the first 7 months of this year. So may I ask that we missed?
I'm sorry. So I read that the BIR missed its target collection in the first 6 months by 6.3%, or by 76.75 billion. That
BIR.
was during the hearing we had in the Ways and Means Committee.
Because when
Can you
Did I
confirm that,
hear
BIR?
incorrectly?
Madam Chair,
Can you confirm that, BIR?
and January to June, yeah, yeah. But with the report of Secretary Jokno, yeah, with the report of Secretary Jokno, the first 7 months we already above target, and for the report to January to June, it was missed only by around 2.8%.
Rep. Vergara.
Okay, so not by 6.3% or 76.75 billion as presented during the Ways and Means. So I stand corrected. So hopefully we meet our targets till the end of the year. In the event that we don't, will this mean that we will seek additional debt? Or will
Secretary
we
Jokno.
be cutting back on our spending?
Your Honor, I already answered that question. We will increase the deficit if we don't meet our target. We will not cut expenditures.
Rep. Vergara.
Thank you, Secretary Jokno. My next question is, what is the impact of the slowdown in China's economy on our export-import sector in our country, and ultimately our growth forecast, recognizing that China is our second largest export market and also one of our top importers?
BSP.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In our scenario analysis, we had a baseline which is in line with the projections of the IMF for July from the World Economic Outlook, which was seeing that globally output will grow by 3.2% for this year and at 2.9% for next year. And of that, China will grow by 3.3% this year and 4.6% for next year. In our risk scenario, we were looking at the impact of a possible further slowdown in global economic activity. In that scenario, again, keyed into the IMF's scenario analysis, world GDP growth would be lower by 0.6 percentage point for 2022 and 0.9 percentage point for 2023. There are a number of different growth, different risk factors behind this, but we are then looking at the possible impact of this on the Philippine economy. And the analysis says that economic activity could be lower by 0.4 percentage point for this year and by as much as 0.73 percentage point for next year. So that is the kind of sensitivity that we're getting. It could be pointed out that this is an extreme assumption, given that the baseline has already accounted for the slower global economic activity. So as with all of these other factors, this is the impact on domestic economic activity. Much of the channel of that impact would be also on our exports, because our export performance will have large dependence on the outcome coming from our trading partners. On the other hand, the other side of that is that if global economic activity turns out to be weaker than what was projected, then we may also expect oil prices to go down further. As I had said, markets are already seeing that oil prices can go down. This is a Dubai crude oil at a range of about $90 per barrel for next year. And in large part, the moderation in oil prices is because of the fears in in slowdown in global growth. So another impact of that would be on our inflation. Inflation would then be lower because the cost of imports will also go down. So again, the possible impact of that on the exchange rate is difficult to predict, because on the one hand, you have lower receipts because of lower exports, but then the flip side is that you would also have lower expenditure because of lower cost of imports. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, yes, I'd just like to clarify that my question is, with the slowdown of China's economy, and they're one of our biggest trading partners, what measures do we have in place are there other countries that can now absorb our exports in the event that China, well, not in the event, now that China's economy has slowed down? That's basically my question. Are we looking at other countries that can absorb our exports as well as the imports that we get from China so that we don't have supply chain deficiencies in our country? That basically, Madam Chair, was my question. To the point that the good Commissioner was referring to, the price of fuel going down and this large 5.268 trillion budget and the monetary policy of BSP of rate hikes, have we seen the worst of inflation? Do we see now that we're on the good side of the coin, that the worst has come and we're now going to see price of basic commodities stabilize?
Secretary Pangandaman, who would be in the best position to answer the question of Rep. Vergara? Same, BSP?
On the inflation side, Madam Chair, is within the purview of the BSP. So as I've said earlier, we are seeing that from average of 5.4% inflation for this year, inflation can moderate to about 4% for next year. And that is now just touching the upper bound of our inflation target. Behind that projection is the moderation of oil prices to about $90 per barrel. So if there's a further moderation, then we can actually be more comfortably within the inflation target range. Moreover, Madam Chair, that projection has not yet taken into account the impact of the latest adjustment of the policy rate done by the Monetary Board this August. With an adjustment of about 50 basis points for inflation, then we are seeing that the inflation rate can go down by about 15 basis points for next year. So with a baseline of 4%, the minus 15 basis points, that's 3.85, then that's now much more comfortably within the inflation target range. Madam Chair, on the other portion of that question on whether on what measures are being undertaken in order to ensure that with the slowdown coming from China, there will be other markets for our exports. I think that would be now better answered by
The DTI.
Yes, the Department of Trade and Industry. It's no longer within the strict purview of the BSP, but we note that in our projections with respect to our exports, we were seeing that there can be strong demand for exports in the semiconductors and electronics. Again, in response to the pandemic, in other advanced economies, there's been a shift to more digital means of doing things. Corollary to that, we are also seeing that business process outsourcing is also on the upbeat. We are in consultation with the BPO industry, and they're in line with their expectations, we're seeing that BPO can expand by as much as 8% for this year. Other possible sources of export growth would come from some agri-products, particular for coconut products. And again, because of the pandemic, there's a demand for health products, and virgin coconut oil is an example of one possible growth product. And actually, I recall that for coconut prices, there's a large increase. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you. I look forward to seeing this lowered inflation projections. And Madam Chair, I have just one last question. It's about inflation in our country. I read a lot that it's imported inflation. If that's true, does that mean that we can only address it and are really helpless to control it? And how much of this inflation is really caused by supply constraints, and how much of it is actually artificial, as we saw with the sugar, where it's the hoarding and the smuggling that causes artificial price increase? That's my last question, Madam Chair. Thank you very much.
BSP?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, again, the primary source of inflation is coming from outside the country, although there are also some supply side constraints that impact on food prices. But you can see that that is so because when you look at many advanced economies, they're actually experiencing inflation rates that are much higher than for the Philippines. So I recall that for the US, the current latest inflation is about 8 percentage points. It's a little bit down from 9% in the previous result. But again, this is in recent memory, this is not very untypical for the US. But having said that, it's not really the case that we are helpless to address the pass-through of the inflation to the Philippine economy. Actually, for this year, the Monetary Board has already undertaken several decisive actions in order to bring the inflation rate down. So on the 19th of May, the policy rate was adjusted upwards by 25 basis points. Then a second time around on the 23rd of June, 25 basis points. In an off-cycle move on the 14th of July by 75 basis points, and on the 18th of August by 50 basis points. So these are decisive moves that are meant to bring inflation back to within the target range. And as I said earlier, there's now a fighting chance that next year we will be back to within target. And while for quite some time it was really just supply-driven inflation, in the beginning this second quarter, there have been some evidence of spillovers from the items that were subject to initial supply shocks. And these spillovers are what the Monetary Board has been addressing. So for example, Madam Chair, on the January this year, if we were to look at the number of items in the consumer basket that were experiencing inflation actually below the lower bound of the target, below 2%, they accounted for 54.2% of the total. And all through last year, that is true that the majority of the consumer items were having quite low inflation rates. And it was really just a few items that were driving inflation up. However, by July this year, the number of items with below target inflation has gone down to 14.7%. So that's quite a rapid fall in the items that are being monitored by the BSP, and that is spillover, evidence of spillover. Again, there may be some initial indications of inflation coming over to the demand side, but it's still not really cannot be characterized as being demand-driven inflation. And we are the policy actions have been preemptive. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Daquila. Thank you, Rep. Vergara.
Thank
Before
you,
I
Madam
proceed to the next interpellator, the Chair wishes to remind the agencies that your responses are not counted towards a 5-minute limit of every member of the House. So it would be to our collective interest to keep your responses complete and concise. Thank you. Next on our list, from the majority, the Chair recognizes Rep. John Tracy Cagas.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to the members of the economic team. One short question. I have great faith in our economic team, being seasoned, veteran experience, and dedicated public servants with integrity. My question is regards to Metro Davao Development Authority, which I believe was passed into law during the 18th Congress. I am reminded by our NEDA Regional Director that this MDDA should operate in the 2023 budget. However, I failed to see the initial amount for its initial operation in the amount of 76 million pesos. So I would like to throw this question to our DBM Secretary, Madam Pangandaman, about the MDDA, why there is no funding for its initial operation.
DBM.
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, we did not provide a fund for the Metro Davao Development Authority.
Why?
There was no proposal from the agency, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair.
Rep. Cagas.
Yes, Madam. Okay, follow-up question in relation to MDDA. Assuming that MDDA will operate in the coming years, will it share in the NPA or National Tax Allotment, just like the Metro Manila Development Authority? May I ask the lawyers of the DBM, Madam Speaker?
DBM.
Madam Chair.
Not a lawyer. Yusek Janet, please. If you can, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, if you can just repeat the question again, please.
Rep. Gagas?
Yes, Madam Chair, just like Metro Manila Development Authority, assuming the Metro Davao Development Authority will start its operation. My question is, will it share in the NATA or National Tax Allotment just like the Metro Manila Development Authority?
DBM?
Yusek Janet.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker. So we confirm, sir, that the law is already passed, but it is a recent legislation. At this point, it has not yet been organized. That's why it has been reported to us that there is no request for organization and staffing. And it follows po na because of that, walang tao, wala pa rin pong budget proposal. But just like the other offices that are organized in accordance with laws, medyo it takes time po. So that's something that we are going to look into now at this point. And sir, in case po that there will be a necessity for the provision, we have a contingent fund for an MPBF for the positions to be created in the case, and contingent fund for the other requirements. But it's a matter of taking a look at the formal organization of the office first. Kasi pag walang tao, hindi rin po namin alam kung magkano yung requirements nila. As to the share in the tax collections, that is something that we have to look into as well, sir. Considering later on if there are officials that would be appointed to the position in the agency. Thank you, Madam Chair and Mr. Speaker.
Rep. Gagas?
That is all, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Thank you. Rep. Gagas?
Yes, Madam Chair. I am done, Madam Chair. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Next on the list, from the majority, Rep. Jervil Luistro. You're now recognized.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Please proceed.
Good afternoon, Madam Speaker. I could not hear you.
We can hear you loud and clear, Rep. Luistro.
Yes, Madam
You may now
Speaker, it's
proceed.
clear now. My question is, this representation is from Batangas 2nd District, composed of the municipalities of Bawan, San Pascual, San Luis, Lubok, Tingloy, and Mabini, where there is a significant number of OFWs around the world. May we clarify, Madam Chair, if the DMW's budget is inclusive to that of the DOLE because of the way they appear or they were reflected on page 11 of our proposed national budget. Well, I understand that DMW is a newly created agency, but I just wish to be enlightened if its own budget is still within the budget of the Department of Labor and Employment.
DBM?
Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, the budget of Department of Migrant Workers is already, it's a separate budget from the Department of Labor and Employment. It has a proposed budget of 15.21 billion for 2023.
With that, Madam Chair, may I know with the various concerns of our OFWs, will the same be sufficient for the DMW to address all the concerns of our struggling OFWs, including their families?
DBM?
We hope that the initial budget of the Department of Migrant Workers will be enough at least for 2023 to help our migrant workers. Under the Department of Migrant Workers, we have a budget of 10 billion pesos for the emergency repatriation program. This will serve a total number of 367,287 beneficiaries for next year, Madam Chair.
Yes, for my
Please,
second question, Madam Chair, we always witness our leadership renounce the vision of promoting renewable energy. May we know from our economic team if we consider this concern in our budget allocation, and if so, how much did we allocate for the same purpose?
DBM?
Mr. Chair, under the Department of Energy, there is a budget of 17 million for the renewable energy.
Rep. Luistro?
Under the RA 9513, or the Renewable Energy Center Act of 2008.
Madam Chair, may we know from our economic team the extent of renewable energy development that we are considering given that appropriation for 2023?
Before you respond, DBM, isn't it 476 million for the Renewable Energy Development Program, as indicated in the President's message?
Ma'am, Mr. Chair, the budget that you mentioned is actually a program, but for the renewable energy, it's only 17 million.
Thank you for the clarification.
Madam Speaker, with the 17 million appropriation for the renewable energy development, may we know from our economic team if this will be sufficient for us to feel some sort of relief from the increasing cost of electricity that the Filipinos have been suffering from in the past years.
Madam Chair,
DBM.
Mr. Chair, from what I know is that the investments for renewable energy is given to the private sector, and that the government provides only a regulatory environment for the purpose.
Rep. Luistro?
Given the fact that this 17 million is allocated to energy development corporations or companies, are we considering any timeline as to when we will determine any relief from the increasing cost of electricity or energy?
DBM?
For the DOE budget, or at least the energy sector, we did not provide any funding or allowance for that purpose for the cost of the electricity, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Luistro?
Madam Chair, may may we be enlightened on how we utilize the 17 million appropriation for the renewable energy development?
While the DBM is looking for the answers, the chair would like to remind Rep. Luistro that the briefing by the DOE will happen on the 5th of September. So some of those questions can be propounded to them on that day. DBM?
We have here for the Renewable Energy Development Program as a whole, there's a budget for 2023, 145 billion. This includes promotion of renewable energy resources, regulatory framework, and locally funded projects such as the biofuels program and Philippine geothermal resource inventory. As for the 17 million, it is mostly promotion and research development on the utilization of alternative fuel and technologies. Mr. Chair.
Madam Speaker, we will expound on these concerns on the schedule of the budget hearing of the Department of Energy. Thank you for considering this question, Secretary Pangandaman. No? And of course, if I may proceed to my next question, in our province, we've been experiencing the poor internet connection. And this has been our biggest challenge during the height of the pandemic, considering the adoption of the online learning system as well as the work from home system. May we know if the economic team consider this concern in their preparation of NEP for 2023?
DBM?
Under the education sector, we provided an amount for the free Wi-Fi connectivity with, in public spaces under the ICT, 2.45 billion. And for state universities and colleges, we have provided 50.70 million.
It appears, Madam Chair, that the appropriation mentioned by our good secretary pertains to free connectivity. So I assume that this pertains to the internet connection service. I wish to be enlightened if our economic team appropriated as well in as far as improving our poor internet service, which we fondly experience in the province.
DBM?
Mr. Chair, maybe we should ask the Department of ICT on their project and programs to at least strengthen the connectivity in the rural areas, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Luistro?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will be willing to reserve this question on the scheduled hearing of the DICT. And perhaps for my last question, it appears that there is a 13.88 billion appropriation for the growth Equity Fund. Just a brief background, Madam Speaker, on how we will be able to use the same in as far as the development of the fourth to sixth class municipalities are concerned.
Thank you for your last question, DBM.
Under the special provision, Mr. Chair, SP4 Growth Equity Fund, we allocated 13,877,233,000 pesos. The release of funds shall be subject to the guidelines issued by the DBCC pursuant to EO number 138 series of 2021 and its IRR.
Yes, may we know, Madam Speaker, if as to which agency
Rep. Luistro,
actually
your time is
implement
up.
and regulate?
You may wish, if you may wish to be listed for the second round, please let the COMSEC know. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Speaker.
And that
Thank you.
completes our first round of interpellation. We now move to the second round, and the chair, upon consultation with the speaker and Chairman Saldico, rules that everyone for the second round will only have 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So we start second round with the Honorable Edsa Lagman.
Thank you, Senior Vice Chair. Let me continue with my interaction with the Department of Finance. With the certainty of a budget deficit in 2023, what would be the eventual ratio of the deficit to the gross domestic product next year?
DOF?
For 2023, Your Honor, the deficit is 6.1% of GDP, and we expect it to decline gradually until 3% by 2028, Your Honor.
And what is the ideal ratio?
The received doctrine is that 3% would be the ideal, okay? But, you know, countries have gone through two different crises, the global economic crisis and now most recently the pandemic. So most countries now are off this guideline. Let me give you a background. Countries who would like to join the Euro community, right, they are required to pass two qualification requirements. Number one is that your debt to GDP ratio should be at least less than 60%. That's number one. The second qualification is that your deficit to GDP ratio should be at least 3%. But that was many, many years ago. Now countries have gone through various crises. In fact, now more countries have debt to GDP ratio in the range of 100 to 100%. So I think, in fact, even the IMF is more tolerant now, knowing that we went through this different crisis. But as long as you can demonstrate that you have a path where you want to go back to the 3%, I think that would be acceptable.
Madam Chair, if we have to spend more in order to grow more, I think pegging the ratio to an ideal level is not sacrosanct. And we should not be afraid of the deficit if we have to develop and prosper as long as we could manage a large deficit. Is that correct, Mr. Secretary?
Agree, Your Honor.
Now, let me go, Madam Chair, to Secretary Balikasan.
Secretary Balisacan.
Madam Chair, how does the government measure poverty? Or what is the official definition of poverty?
Secretary Balisacan, can you repeat your response to a previous question on how poverty is estimated?
Okay.
Maybe this time a shorter response.
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Madam Chair. Honorable Speaker, the poverty as we measured it in the Philippines and in many other countries depends on the purpose of the measurement. And here, the poverty that you see in the papers that are released by the Philippine Statistics Authority is meant to measure the changes in absolute poverty over time. Now, the other agencies use other metrics to address other dimensions of poverty like health poverty, education poverty, unemployment, underemployment. Kasi poverty is multidimensional. So I cannot, unless you tell me what you are interested to look at and how we measure that particular dimension, then we could talk about that measure. I would like to emphasize that the poverty threshold that the Philippine Statistics Authority uses is not meant to guide, for example, the settling of or the determination of minimum wages, for example, or even living wages, concepts such as those. These are really meant to just to have some way of assessing the progress we are making in poverty reduction over time. And so we can quarrel with with the initial number, but the point is whatever is the number that you start with, we must be able to see how we are making progress with that number as we implement our growth policies, our social protection policies, and so on and so forth.
Rep. Lagman?
Is it not, Madam Chair, that the government determines poverty threshold first, and that means to say the minimum pre-tax income sufficient to meet basic goods and non-basic needs?
Secretary Balisacan?
Yes, so as in other countries of similar stages of development as we are, we start with some nutritional thresholds that are provided by our nutritionist, and then we put value into those food items that can satisfy those nutritional requirements. Food items that are available at the local level and they are seen as the cheapest sources of those nutrients. And then based from that, we determine the income that can sufficiently meet that threshold. And given those two indicators, we can then approximate the non-food indicator, Madam Chair, such that the total threshold will now have two components, the food threshold at the non-food threshold. But again, I just want to emphasize here that the basic argument here is that we start with some metric, with some standard, and that standard turns out to be, in our particular case, the nutritional standard. And we put value to those items that determine those nutritional needs. And that's not unique to the Philippines. As I said earlier, Madam Chair, it's used by many countries around the world at similar stages of development. In richer countries, again, in richer countries, the way they determine the threshold for of poverty is they just take a certain fraction of the income of the what they call the median population or the median person in their population. And obviously that's very high. In the case of the US, that's 50. They just take 50% of that median income and that's it. But in our case, we have a different purpose, Madam Chair.
Rep. Lagman.
Madam Chair, presently, Secretary, what is the basket of basic food and non-food needs so that the government can determine the threshold, the poverty threshold?
It varies, the way our Philippine Statistics Authority goes with the exercise that basket varies from region to region, from urbanized city to urbanized city, because tastes and preferences are different. The availability of local foods that meet certain nutritional requirements could differ across the areas of the country. So hindi pare-pareho.
Madam Chair, is poverty threshold regionalized or there is a national threshold?
It's even provincial.
But what is the present national threshold with respect to poverty?
Secretary Balisacan.
Yes, let me. For 2021, the annual per capita food threshold, yung food lang component lang is 20,111. And for this is the total poverty threshold, which include the non-food. It is 28,871. And this is for the average for the Philippines.
Yeah, that's the national average. But can we get the monthly average for a family of 5?
NEDA.
We just divide that by 12. And this is for annual per capita threshold. So usually our PSA assumes a family of 5. I recall the exercise. I think that's the numbers that I just mentioned is for an average person. For
Well, I have
an
the
average
figures
family,
here. Could you just confirm it, Mr. Secretary, Madam Chair? The threshold, the poverty threshold is 12,030 monthly for a family of 5, or 2,406 per family member. Could you please confirm this?
NEDA.
yeah, that's correct. That's roughly correct. 12,000, yeah. 12,000, Madam Chair. That's partly, that's...
How sufficient is that poverty threshold?
Rep. Lagman, that was your last question.
Yes.
I
So,
think I
again,
have 32 seconds.
Again, what we started with, if you talk about sufficiency, what we started with is the nutritional standard that our nutritionist provided to us, and that's where that's the only the standard that we can use. Now there may be other needs that are determined differently by other groups or by other advocates. But again, that's starting point. The interest in this exercise, Madam Chair, again, I would like to emphasize, is not so much to establish the absolute amount of what that need need, but it's really to have a way of starting an assessment of the state of poverty at a given time, and then the interest is really to see how that poverty, given that standard that is set, changes over time. Actually, if other analysts can increase the threshold, can reduce the threshold, and see what happens, whether the finding is robust or not. It's the exercise of that our statistical system, when it comes to the usefulness of or use of this particular metric or indicator, is really to measure the changes over time. It's not so much to have a threshold that allows us to inform what the minimum wages should be, what the living wages should be, or what is an appropriate income would be to meet all the what we may call essential goods and services.
Thank you, Secretary Balisacan. Thank you, Rep. Lagman.
Madam
We
Chair,
now
with your
move
permission,
to the
can I
next
just make a
interpolator.
final manifestation, Madam Chair? It's not a more a question, just a manifestation. Manifestation.
Yes, please go ahead for your manifestation.
We would like to thank the Department of Budget and Management for announcing that henceforth they are not going to practice anymore the what is called as the for later release. And I think this should be a recognition of the dominance of the Congress, particularly of the House, in the preparation and enactment of the budget. And the President's proposal is just a proposal. It is not cast on stone. So the Congress, more particularly the House, can realign, modify, amend, decrease, or even increase without reaching the ceiling with respect to this budget proposal of the President when we enact the General Appropriations Bill into the GAA. Thank you so much for that opportunity to make my manifestation. And also, I think this government should be able to really define what is poverty, what is the poverty threshold, so that we will know how to measure that ambitious target of having 9% by 2028, a 9% poverty incidence, which has never been achieved in the past. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Rep. Lagman. Next to interpolate is from the majority. The chair now recognizes Deputy Speaker Isidro Ungab.
Madam Chair, I think it's a long day and everybody needs good rest. So I will not be asking question anymore. I am just waiting for the highest motion in the hierarchy to be raised, which is to adjourn.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We deeply appreciate that. Next, from the majority, because you yielded, is Rep. Ted Haresco. You're recognized, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is about the digital transformation by the Department of Finance at 3.56 billion, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair. My question is, Secretary, is this enough? Given that the tax effort of 14%, hopefully with the national single window and the adoption of that program, we may reach another 1%, but is this 3.56 enough? In the Committee on Ways and Means under the leadership of Speaker Romualdez and Chairman Joey Salceda, we just passed Digitax on the $17 billion e-commerce done in the Philippines and $2.1 billion on streaming. So,
Okay.
baka kulangin ka dito, Mr. Secretary.
The short answer, Your Honor, is that it's not enough, okay? But we are practicing cash budgeting. So the amount appropriated here is part of a multi-year effort to computerize both the Bureau of Customs and the Bureau of Internal Revenue. So it's a multi-year. This is the amount of money that we can spend next year. But certainly it's not enough. Thank you.
Rep. Oresco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you. Next to interpolate from the minority, the chair recognizes Rep. Arlene Brosas. You may now proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, before anything else, dahil 2 minutes lang yung binibigay mo, we would like to request the NEDA and the economic managers po na pwedeng bigyan kami ng kompletong datos on poverty threshold, including yung national and provincial levels na sinasabi ninyo kanina. Kasi sinasabi nyo iba-iba, so pwede po bang mabigyan kami ng kopya na yon, Madam Chair?
Of course, we could do that, Madam Chair. In fact, those data are available at the website of the Philippine Statistics Authority.
Nonetheless, Secretary Balisacan, please submit
We will submit.
that
we will
data
submit,
to the Committee on
Madam Chair.
Appropriations.
Yes, in the interest of time po, para ma-expedite natin kasi baka isa-isahin natin ng Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, for my first question, how can this 2023 budget address the massive joblessness and low quality of jobs right now? The number of jobless Filipinos increased in July 2022 to 2.99 million, or 600,000 more jobless Filipinos from 2.93 million in May. This is despite the continued loosening of restrictions, resumption of economic activities, and the boost from the 2022 elections.
Secretary Balisacan.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As we showed earlier, the extent of unemployment and underemployment is actually falling, but the number of people unemployed and underemployed is obviously still very significant, even with the 5% of unemployment rate. Do take note that the population is also growing by almost 1.6, 1.7 million every year, no? And that adds, to that increase in the members of the labor force. The program that we have presented, Madam Chair, attempts to achieve is that when we are able to address these critical binding constraints to our investments, to our businesses, then we should be able to generate more jobs, quality jobs, and more resilient jobs. I see, for example, Madam Chair, that if we can get the investment going, our manufacturing sector could be more, could become more robust, and the jobs in the manufacturing sector are typically high-quality jobs, even for semi-skilled workers, as we find in many countries around us. There are also many promising jobs that could be opened up by addressing these constraints that I mentioned. The tourism sector is very promising. Increasing the productivity in agriculture will not only reduce poverty and improve the job availability in rural areas, but more importantly, it makes the rest of the economy more competitive, because for so long as our agricultural sector is non-competitive and low yielding, not productive, food prices are bound to rise, and if those food prices exert upward pressure on wages, and those increases in wages are not derived from increases in productivity and in the rest of the economy, that will lead to lack of competitiveness, Madam Chair, and that would not bring you quality jobs in the end. So again, the program is meant to unlock the potentials of the economy to generate quality jobs. And this is not something that can happen overnight. We are giving the program that we are proposing to Congress is for 6 years, and at the end of that the administration, we hope to achieve what we have set forth. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Process.
Madam Chair, we've seen from the presentation earlier of DBCC that foreign investments have increased year on year during the first half of 2022, yet the number of jobless Filipinos have remained high. This is also despite the fact that thousands of Filipinos are leaving their families daily for jobs abroad. So, wala pong connect yung sinasabi. Kanina po pinresent niya yan eh. Ito nga yung nakalagay. Tapos sa unemployment, ito naman. So may decrease pa rin ng unemployed, may increase pa rin ng unemployed kahit na yung FDIs mo tumataas. So, kaya naman parang walang connect sa macroeconomic stability ang tuloy-tuloy na paglikha ng trabaho. Kaya po, dapat sigurong pag-isipan o overhaul, I don't know, no, yung economic model na ginagamit na nakaasa sa foreign investments tsaka sa mga overseas remittances lang. Dapat po dagdagan din yung pondo para sa social services, ayuda, paglikha talaga ng mga disenteng trabaho, Madam Chair. Yun naman yung sinasabi namin, Madam Chair, na dapat itong 2023 budget ay pondo, no, na hindi para sa pasismo at hindi para i-conceal natin yung mga pondo ng AFP, PNP, NTF, LCAC dahil sila may hefty increases eh. So, sa likod po ng 8-point socio-economic agenda, parang ganito yung nakalagay, no? And for the record, Madam Chair, these are the programs, no, and projects used by former President Duterte to target, vilify, and harass critics and ordinary citizens. Kahit po ang legitimate calls ng mga tao ay for higher wages, lower prices, genuine land reform, social justice, national industrialization. Madam Chair, dahil ubos na yung oras ko, in the proper time, we will propose the reallocation of funds for itong mga ginamit for fascism to social services, cash aid, housing, social infrastructure projects. Maraming salamat, Madam Chair.
Thank you, all duly noted. Our next interpellator, also from the minority, the chair recognizes Representative Franz Castro of ACT Teachers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Bago ko magsimula nung aking mga questions, hingi lang din ako ng data on the unprogrammed appropriation, total obligations, unprogrammed obligation for the last 5 years at saan ito ginamit na mga programs, Madam Chair.
Unprogrammed appropriations, Madam Chair.
Magkano po yung napondohan over the past 5 years, including the sources of funds?
Yes,
Yung
Madam Chair.
unprogrammed allocation.
May we please provide the committee for the details for the past 5 years, ma'am? Thank you po.
Thank you,
Castro.
Madam Chair. Ito pong yung tungkol dun sa mga government employees. Itong right sizing, nakikita natin, Madam Chair, na talagang kahit papaano ay magle-lay off. At itong sinasabi natin, there are more than 642,000 na mga job order at saka contract of service status sa ating mga government employees. So ano po ba ang plano dito, Madam Chair, sa mga contractual at mga on-job order, mga Madam Chair? Ito pa ba ay ire-regularize o tatanggalin na dahil sa right sizing?
Secretary Pangandaman.
Sorry, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, uh, to date, there are around 150,000 COS and job order workers in the different national government agencies. COA DBM Circular, Joint Circular Number 2, Series of 2020, provided that agencies may renew the individual contracts of their existing COS and JO workers and engage services of new CO-JO workers through individual contract until December 31, 2022. Since said deadline is already approaching, the DBM conducted focus group discussions this month with departments and agencies to check their readiness regarding the implementation of said JC starting 2023. However, all of them are requesting extension on the engagement of COS and GO for about 2 to 3 years in order for them to have ample time to absorb their existing qualified JO and COS as necessary. They also indicated that since the government will pursue, the DBM will have a meeting with the Office of the Chair of the COA regarding said proposal of the different departments and agencies. In case, yan po. Thank you po.
Rep. Castro.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pero ito po, meron po tayong Executive Order 170 of Series of 2022. This is mandates the adoption of digital payments for government disbursement and collections. So essentially, maaring another way ito ng right sizing dahil papalitan ng computer yung mga tao. Baka mag-hire din naman ng mga contract of service at saka mga JOs to maintain. So ano po ba yung projected na na number of jobs na mawawala sa ating gobyerno, Madam Chair?
For the, Mr. Chair, this is for the EO 170. Hindi po na-contemplate po ng executive po yung mga mawawalang trabaho. The EO 170 po would like to just make sure that the efficient transaction between government agencies po in terms of their disbursements and po payments of payables po.
Rep.
Job
Castro.
displacement.
Ma'am.
Job displacement.
Wala po, ma'am.
Madam Chair, in the 2021 budget, there are 3.36 billion MOOE unreleased appropriation. Ano po yung balak dito ng DBM?
DBM.
The majority of the unreleased appropriation, Madam Chair, Madam Speaker, corresponds to one, the FLR that has been referred to the Office of the President, especially if these are new programs and projects. And the bulk
Chair,
of this,
clarify ko lang, MOOE.
yes, MOOE. This corresponds, majority of these FLRs correspond to adjustments made on state universities and colleges. This is the bulk.
For your last question, Rep. Castro.
Madam Chair, mamaya makukuha rin ako ng mga data after my last question. So I noticed that there is a 1.09 billion from the budget of the Office of the President and 3.73 billion from the budget of DPWH were declared as savings. Could we have a report detailing what programs and projects these savings come from, Madam Chair?
Thank you, Rep. Castro.
Meron
DBM.
pa po, Madam Chair, kailangan kong makuha yung commitment ng kailangan kong makuha, Madam Chair, yung commitment ng DBM doon sa mga data na kukuhanin ko in preparation for my plenary. So based one po yung pong mga programs mula dun sa 1.09 billion from the Office of the President and 3.73 billion from the budget of DPWH. Pwede po bang makuha yung program detailed programs and projects na savings na to.
DBM, please take note of the data requests to be submitted to the Committee on Appropriations. Thank you.
Last na lang, Madam Chair.
Your time is
based
up,
on-
Rep. Castro.
Last
Now
na lang,
move
Madam
to the
Chair.
next
Ito na lang
member.
Ma'am, question lang po. That's for 2022 or 2021, Madam Chair?
Yes, that's for 2021. 2021.
2021. Sige po. Thank you po.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Rep. Castro. We now move to next.
13.13 billion ALGU, LGSF. Pwede rin po ba nating makuha yung detailed na program na, kasi hindi natin siya nakita dun sa NEP, Madam Chair. ALGU, LGSF, 13.13 billion. So that's all, Madam Chair. Thank you.
We will provide the committee, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Rep. Castro. We now move to the next member, Rep. Bernadette Herrera D. You're now recognized.
Presentation on how we will arrest the trade deficit, considering this will eat up our
She's
UFW
joining
remittances
us
and those
via Zoom.
international
Rep.
reserves. Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear. Please proceed.
Can I be heard? Okay, thank you. No, I'd like to ask regarding the trade deficit. Magkano na ba yung trade deficit natin ngayon? Because it seems to be widening. And I didn't hear kung anong plan ng ating DBCC when it comes to arresting the trade deficit.
BSP.
Madam Chair, why, as of the first quarter of this year, what I'll cite is the current account deficit because this is a wider measure. We have a $16.3 billion current account deficit, and that is equivalent to 3.8% of GDP. We are projecting that for the entire year, that was the assessment as of the first quarter of this year. As of the second quarter, we have revised it to $19.1 billion, equivalent to 4.6% of GDP. And that is on account of the higher oil prices. For comparison, the actual figure that we have is at $4.8 billion deficit for the first quarter, or 5% of GDP. But we see this as narrowing to 4.4% of GDP by next year. And the main reason for that is the moderation of import prices, both from oil and from non-oil, which will make it less expensive for us to import our requirements. Now, on the question of financing this current account deficit, actually, when you look at the overall balance of payments, that is much smaller. So we're seeing that for this year, the BOP deficit will be equivalent to 1.5% of GDP. And for next year, it will go down to just 0.6% or less than 1% of GDP. So I do not foresee that that will have give rise to any possible, say, shortage of foreign exchange. For one, we have structural sources of foreign exchange, including our export sector. So for this year, we're expecting exports to recover by 7%. And then next year, moderating to the long run performance of 6% growth. Also, we are seeing that remittances will also recover by 4% this year, and being maintained next year at 4% growth. With the opening up of our trading partners, there should be greater demand for for more Filipino workers, especially in the field of electronics, no? Because as I mentioned earlier, there's a greater demand on more digital ways of doing things because of, again, as an offshoot of the pandemic. And likewise, we are seeing that foreign direct investments will amount to $11 billion for this year, and then improving to $12 billion for next year. So those are our sources of foreign exchange, Madam Chair.
Through you, Madam Chair. So nakikita niyo po, right now export stands at 6 billion, then imports at 13.3 billion. So ang laki nung diferensya niya, negative 7.3 po tayo doon. May improve po ba natin ito?
BSP?
Yes, Madam Chair. As I had mentioned, we are seeing a moderating of oil prices for next year, which will make our imports of fuel cheaper. Actually, the average for this year for oil is about $100. Sorry, it's a 94 dollars and 94 cents the latest, but the year-to-date average is $102.48. But for next year, oil prices can actually moderate to an average of about $90 per barrel. For non-oil imports, we are also seeing that while the average prices of non-oil can go up by about, I recall, roughly about 13% for it's actually 10% for this year. But for next year, non-oil prices can actually start falling. So non-oil can fall by as much as 3.5% for next year. And the main reasons for this are actually, this is happening globally. The reasons for the increase in both oil and non-oil for this year would be supply disruptions because of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which was totally unexpected. With the higher chances actually of a global slowdown, then both oil and non-oil prices are expected to moderate next year. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Pereira D.
Thank you, Madam Chair, kasi hindi ko lang nakita sa presentation kanina about that. Another question is, NEDA says government targets 5 to 6% in for spending, but at the same time admits that we have tight fiscal space. Ang tanong ko, don't you think we have to aggressively, or I want to ask the opinion of DBCC, kung ano yung stand natin sa PPP so we can harness private sector resources and expertise? Hindi ko kasi nakita yung program natin sa PPP in the presentation.
NEDA?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, as you must have heard from the State of the Nation address, we are pushing for a more robust role for PPP in our push for infrastructure development as well as related activities. Madam Chair, we are currently working on reviewing the implementing rules and regulations of the amended BOT, and that we expect to address some of the issues and concerns of the private sector. In our, I could provide you, Speaker, I could provide this August body with information on where this and what the potential PPPs are. Our public-private partnership centers assembled already the list of projects that have been that are in the pipeline, as well as those that have been recently implemented and are ongoing. We'll be pushing for this because, as you have seen, we have a fiscal space to rather tight fiscal space to work on for our infrastructure.
Madam Chair, in that, I'd like to thank the Secretary for that. Baka dapat pag-aralan din po natin together kung paano natin pwedeng palakasin yung PPP through legislative agenda. I didn't see it as one of the priorities. So I hope that's something that we could take a look at so that we could really fulfill aggressive.
Yes, Madam Chair, if I may respond to that.
Through you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, the amendment of the Build, Operate, Transfer law is one of those high priority legislation that we'll be pushing here in this August chamber, and we hope to be able to get those amendments of certain provisions of that law that could make PPP a very viable business proposition.
Yes.
Mr. Chair.
Please, thank you, Madam Chair. Last na lang po, papasubmit ko na lang po yung sana yung detalye ng unused appropriations for 2021. Ano po yung mga unobligated allotments and unreleased appropriation. For submission na lang, Madam Chair, because I know wala na po tayong oras.
Thank you, Rep. Herrera D. And DBM, please take note of the data request on unused appropriations. Please submit that to the Committee on
Appropriations.
Unused,
unobligated allotments
including
and unreleased appropriation.
Unreleased.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we now move to the next. The Chair recognizes Rep. Mujib Hataman. Joining us via Zoom. Obsec. Rep. Hataman is not here. So we move to the next and the last interpellator. The Chair recognizes Rep. Raul Manuel.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Chair.
Please
Ang
proceed.
tanong ko sa ating economic managers, kanina din naman na-discuss natin yung tungkol sa education. While merong increase dyan ng bahagya, pero bubusisiin natin yung detalye para naman sa ating mga state universities and colleges ay merong malaking cut compared sa 2022 na approved budget. Yan ay 104.2 billion pesos. Ngayon ang pinopropose nilaan in total para sa ating SUCs ay nasa 93.3 billion pesos. So tingin natin sa esensya, ito ay contrary dun sa ating commitment na i-prioritize yung education, lalo na yung ligtas na pagbubukas nito. Ano po kaya yung maitutugon ng ating economic team, Madam Chair?
DBM?
The budget, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker, the budget for the state universities and college for 2023 amounts to 97.746 billion. Compared to 2022 NEP, the 2022 NEP is only 75.4 billion. And if we compare it to 2022 GAA, it's 108 billion. But the increase from the NEP are mostly SICA. These are Congress-introduced changes and adjustments.
Yeah. I'm raising this kasi we are concerned dun sa ating mga SUCs. Halimbawa sa UP system, bahagi ng budget niyan ay yung Philippine General Hospital na siyang National University Hospital, National Government Referral Center. Yun din yung pinakamalaking training hospital sa bansa. At ito din ay nag-expect ng 893 million pesos na budget cut. No? So, in case ba na tataasan ito ng Kongreso, amenable naman, susuportahan ba ito ng ating economic team?
DBM?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the increase in the budget, of PGH under the 2022 are mostly non-recurring budgets po. Ibig sabihin, ito po ay one-time funding po para sa UP-PGH. Ito po ay mga equipments na isang beses lang po pinupondohan.
Yeah.
Rep. Anuel?
Okay,
Tsaka po
that is
construction,
noted.
medical equipment po. PMA po, ito po yung mga detalye. Dual plane and ventilators po, it's non-recurring. High frequency ventilator, defibrillator, invasive cardiac monitor, central control module for cardiac monitors. Most of these po are medical equipment po and technical scientific equipment, Mr. Chair.
Rep. Manuel?
Yes. Duly noted yung nabanggit na information ng DBM, pero kung i-assess talaga natin, while ginagalingan naman ng mga nasa Philippine General Hospital, pero kunti din mismo yung kalagayan ng hospital na yon, lalo na kung nakapunta tayo doon, marami pa talagang dapat gawin para ma-improve yung state ng ganong ating institution na nagre-receive ng budget under the UP system. Now, sunod, Madam Chair, ito naman ay tungkol sa Ayuda. Well, kanina na-discuss naman na to, pero ngayon, I'll go straight to the point. Gusto ko lang na malaman ano ba yung attitude ng ating economic team sa pagbibigay ng Ayuda. Kasi, to be honest, ako nababaratan ako so far na dun sa mga na outline kanina at na-specify kung magkano yung pondo. To cite an example, I know na nung 18th Congress, yung House of Representatives, unanimous yan na nag-approve ng isang bill na mamimigay ng ayuda sa lahat ng mga Pilipino para hindi na mag-undergo sa bureaucratic processes ng selection at lahat ay mabigyan ng immediate relief. Pero wala tayong narinig na positive feedback or support mula sa ating economic team. So in totality, ano ba yung pagtingin natin dun sa pagbibigay ng ayuda sa ating mga kababayan?
And that was your last question, Rep. Manuel. Secretary Diokno.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Mr. Speaker. On the giving of Ayuda in relation to the crisis, I think that should already be discontinued because we have actually fully recovered, okay? And because of the limited fiscal space. But the social protection programs, the SWD, I think that should continue. The aid to senior citizens, that should continue. But the giving out of Ayuda in relation to the pandemic, that is, I think, already a waste of public funds. And we are thinking along the lines of maybe limiting the beneficiaries to those who have national ID. This is to make sure that there is an incentive for citizens to get a national ID. Only those who have national ID should be entitled to this form of ayudas. Okay? And we have the PSA promised that they will produce at least 50 million national IDs by the end of this year, all imprinted and in this form. Okay? Kasi malaki po ang leakage diyan sa mga ayuda na yan. I think it's also, you will agree with me that maybe the most efficient way to do this is by requiring every citizen to have a national ID. Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary. And you're referring to Ayuda to households. Ayuda, which really is a Spanish word for assistance. Of course, assistance continues.
Assistance to
but
households, yes.
for other sectors.
In relation to the crisis, Your Honor.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
thank you, Rep. Manuel, and this concludes our interpellation today. And at this point, I will turn over the chair back to its rightful owner, Chair ko.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, after a grueling 8 hours of questioning and interpellation from our members, I move that we terminate the budget briefing of the Development Budget Coordination Committee. I so move, Mr. Chairman.
I second
the motion,
Mr. Chairman.
Any objection? Hearing none, this budget briefing is suspended. Terminated, sorry.
One more, sir. Sir, one more. Ito na, sir.
Okay.
Okay lang, sir. Okay lang. Sige, sir. Tuloy mo, sir.
Do I hear a motion to suspend the budget briefings on the fiscal year 2023 budget proposals of department, agencies, and corporation?
Mr. Chair, may I be recognized? I move to suspend our budget deliberation and resume on Tuesday, August 30, 2022.
Second motion.
Second motion.
Okay. This budget briefing is suspended.
Okay. No problem.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Mama. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Can we request the photo op?
Kapit po, sir.
Recording stopped.